And here we go. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to your officially last series of Road of Legends in Spring Split 2026. This is a banger. Promotions, relegations, depending on how you look at it. I'm Domain. I will be your play-by-play caster today, joined by none other but Sim on the color casting, and we indeed have an amazing series ahead of us. Best of 5 between Snooze Esports and ZNT, who are fighting to stay in Road of Legends. How are we feeling about that, Sim, man? How are we doing?
I have some mixed feelings about this matchup. Just thinking about last year Road of Legends, I don't know if you've seen, but the fact that ZNT was basically our team that broke record after record in going into EMEA and going deep into EMEA, almost completing the Golden Road. And at one point, now this year they have been only a shadow of what they used to be, and I'm hoping that they can pick up their pacing back again, but now they are in this really important promotion relegation match, even though some of you, potentially also in chat, might think it's a little bit undeserved, because the way that we got here is because at the final day of the regular spring split, there was only there were two results that mattered. It was Myth versus the Bandits, and it was Once Upon a Team versus ZNT. And Myth, they only needed to win one game to make sure to stay in the league if ZNT didn't win their next series against Once Upon a Team, or if Myth lost both of their games, then ZNT only had to win a singular game within that series to stay. And the fact that Myth got a default win within that series because the jungler of Bandits was late kinda hit really hard for ZNT as well, when they weren't able to close out the series, but they did go 2-1 against Once Upon a Team. So it's a bit of a bitter aftertaste, but they are here and they have to show today that they're still worthy of staying in Division 1.
That's it. And here is really what matters, because it's here or never, right? You're gonna have the chances to fight at it another split. But really, this being the last chance, and just coming from the back of an amazing grand finals, Bright Esports Club absolutely smashing the scene and doing so well. MCon Academy, of course. MCon coming from Benelux. I'm gonna be saying Academy a few times coming from the Benelux Ascent series here. I'll be trying to catch up as we go. But of course, that was a banger on Saturday, and now we're here to finish it off. And that's some good history there, right? You've got that going for yourself, and ZNT is once again, it's a do or die for I guess for themselves, but it also kind of might be for the Snooze Esports roster, because the way you could look into this is that Snooze Esports have been fighting at the top of their own league and doing so very well at every single point of the entire series. They are, by every single description of the word, the champions of Benelux Ascend series, which is the Division 2 for Road of Legends. As you look at that, there's your roster in front of you, and as you can see on the screen right now, you've got Snooze going in through round after round to the very final, where the semis and the finals had a repeat history, really. It did rhyme, it did repeat, and they had an amazing 3-1 into Mind Blue Esports. That actually right there is interesting, because it's the closest of series between these two organizations, Snooze Esports and Mind Blue Esports, that we got to see for quite some time. Winter Split, we got to see these two organizations going up against each other again in the best of 5, where it went to game 5. That was much closer up until the playoffs that literally just finished last week. Quite a good history there. And also, interestingly enough, I find this kind of cool, depending on how you look at it, the only series that Snooze Esports, who is now fighting into that promotions against ZNT, who's defending in the relegations, the only team that defeated Snooze Esports was ZNT Academy. And now you're watching the main roster, ZNT, defending their spot on that 8th seed.
So you would, in theory, say that this team is better, but we'll have to see what's going to happen.
There's levels to this game, man.
I do want to add 2 extra notes to it. The first one is when we just saw the bracket, we also saw the organization Fuse Esports. We also know that is coincidentally your team. So Perhaps
Flash
it's
him.
also, in a way, it's sad that they didn't make it, but also probably better because else you couldn't be here because something conflict of interest.
Clash
so
of interest.
hey, at least we can get you on right now. And I also want to add to it that Snooze
Didn't think of
Esports
that.
is not an unknown organization within the Benelux because this team also played at the top of Benelux Esports before when we were under a different TO, and they even managed to win the very final winter tournament that we ever held within that tournament within that TO. And it's I'm really happy to see that they're back because I felt like they just left us and I didn't know what was going to happen with, well, it was just a really fun organization to watch as well. And now that they are finally back, they have a really fun roster, like some players that we know from Division 2 and that have played a couple of matches already in Division 1 previous years.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that they can show us something really fun. But then we have to switch over to, like you said, ZNT. ZNT is the team that is coming in from Division 1, and I already kind of set up their story. The organization was really prestigious, kind of a fall from grace, and now they have to defend their spot. And as you can see, they also didn't change anything in their lineup. They still have Smart, Hatred, Dolus, Jamie, and Sigma respectively. And I'm really wondering what it's going to bring, because at one hand, I have to say, they took games of the better teams also within Div 1. Like, sure, you do not win the entire series, but you got a game of Once Upon a Team who went very far into the bracket. I believe they also took a game of MCOM. They went to EMEA Masters, so they do have what it takes to get further, but I feel like this team, from what we've seen thus far, it kind of falls short when it comes to mid-game to late-game transitions. They are really good at setting themselves up for success, but closing out the games is becoming a bit more difficult. So perhaps, if a Division 2 team is able to perhaps show a lot more weaknesses or more ways to close out the game, it should be fairly easy sailing for a team like ZNT. Yeah. But if Snooze is on point, and I'm seeing players who are able to do that, to just not give like a single shot of exposing weakness towards ZNT, then I think that this is going to be a really interesting matchup, and the winner is not yet predetermined.
Yeah, there's so many questions to be had, really, and we're gonna get them answered eventually. And I myself, I'm very stoked to get to the first question: who is going to come out on top? Because the domino pieces are about to start falling, right? And there's so much to see. I always love to see a best of 5 series, but I do want to see it go all the way to game 5. And obviously, it's very difficult to judge because, like you say, there's so much to the scene. You got Road of Legends clashing against Benelux Ascend series right now, which is the most exciting thing I ever said out loud in a stream. But we are literally right here at this point, and the promotions, the relegations, they're going to be screaming levels, because there are levels to this game. And thank you very much. A humble mention of Fuse there. We'll take it. I'm just going to go from experience just a little bit. It's how we as Fuse, for instance, entered from the open qualifiers into Div 2. It was heavy, great run in Div 3 into that Div 2. And then Div 2 happened. Things just didn't quite go your way. And that's because of the amount of levels that there is to this scene. You've got now Road of Legends. This is the 8th seed going up against the 1st seed, which is Snooze Esports. And again, interestingly enough, Snooze Esports losing to ZNT Academy, going 6-1. And of course, ZNT themselves in Road of Legends going 1-6. I don't think you could be further apart, or maybe like matching what really this is right in front of us. The first into the 8th seed. It couldn't have gone any better for I guess just the game in itself. We're here for the game, and ZNT has a lot to prove. But so does Snooze Esports, right? It's a battle of the ages for both of these organizations. They've done so much up until this point. You've spoken briefly about how ZNT is, able to get those early pressures within the games, and then that snowball lead is what they need to maintain. Keep rolling that ball. Don't let it crash. Unless you're a Nunu, then of course do your thing. You have got to commit into that tempo. And Snooze Esports, from what I've seen, is very heavy also on the early game. But once they get going, even from behind, they're very impressive. But it's different, isn't it? Because what we're comparing here, Sim, is a team that has struggled, has been bleeding in Roll of Legends, against a team that's been at the top of the list thus far.
It looks like it. I don't know if I'm having some issue. No, okay, I think it's fine now. So
think we're
the
good.
thing is,
Saw that as well.
we have been here before.
Yeah.
Last year, we've had one promotion relegation series, also between spring and summer, because afterwards it wasn't necessary since a one-man army would exit the league eventually to go to Prime League, and well, whatever there happened, it happened. But that was a series back then between Aurora and Soul's Heart. And I must add to that I feel like every single caster back then expected Soul's Heart to promote and Aurora to demote after, well, Aurora basically winning very rarely a singular game. And at the same time, Soul's Heart looked to be really promising coming from the Benelux Ascent series. But now I'm really wondering whether it is possible to see, well, not necessarily the difference, but back then Aurora actually managed to get through. We got to Game 5, Aurora won that Game 5, and stayed in Division 1, but I want to see if that bridge has been closed a little bit, or like the gap between Division 1 and Division 2, because we've also seen that when a one-man army exited and we got bandits in the place who were steamrolling Division 2 back then, they instantly managed to get second place in their first split in the Road of Legends. So is it finally the time for Benelux Ascent Series teams to rise and show us that they don't only steamroll Division 2, but they can also do it in Division 1 when they just freshly are promoted?
Yeah, and I may be crossing fingers down here below that camera because I'm just saying, a little bit biased walking into this. I love the Benelux Ascent series, and I've been casting Snooze Esports here and there, and I'm yet to really have that pleasure to do the same for the main roster here on ZNT. I have done it for the Academy team, and there's an amazing history there, which I can go into, but I think there's time on our hands that we can eventually do, and until then, we're going to be pondering a few more questions. Either way, it's going to be an absolute amazing series. If you're just joining us, this is your Road of Legends relegation promotion series. Snooze Esports is here to represent the BAS versus the RoL, which is ZNT, and they're fighting against keeping that spot. It's, again, I'm very much so looking forward to seeing how these players are going to come up against each other, because there may be stories for the organizations, but there's also a lot of stories to be told for the players as well. And, you know, everybody's got their own unique way and a niche in the market of how they really represent themselves. I will shout out, if I may, a few of these players that I think you would be interested to see on the side of Snooze Esports. Personally, casting the grand finals, Hatsu in the top lane for Snooze Esports was my MVP, and it was an absolute amazing series coming out from your top laner. And also, don't sleep on a good few others. I will say, Dokai, as much as a support can receive praise, which they definitely deserve, they are explosive, and then the heavy lifting must come through by the carries. You got so many of these clashing fates tonight, and as we speak, we'll be getting ourselves into the first game of this best of 5 versus between Snooze Esports versus ZNT, who are on the red side.
I'm really looking forward to what this draft will already bring. Because last time you said that Snooze Esports was facing Mind Blue in their respective finals, and back then it was Snooze Esports that basically lost their very first game of this series, but then took everything just back into control after that first series. So will we be seeing a repeat of that? Or does Snooze Esports finally have like a plan laid out that they can also just pressure ZNT just from minute 1 forward? Because now that you've hyped up Dokai, I want to see this matchup between him and Sigma. Like, Sigma has been a little bit flippy in performance, and when you're telling me that Dokai can lead the team to victory, I feel like that deficit might actually give the edge to Snooze Esports in a match like this.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And speaking of the devil, you're going to be seeing yourself a bit of a flex coming into this one. It could be a Senna support, could be that Senna AD carry that we most likely get to see nowadays anyhow. But again, flex nonetheless on the side of Snooze Esports. Either Guppy or Dokai will be picking themselves that one up. Difficult to say, but from what I know is that Dokai loves to roam. He's a bit of a roamer. He likes to go from laning phase to mid lane, top lane, void grubs, you name it, he's there. If you've got a support that matches that, there's a lot coming your way.
And we see ZNT already looking their Xin. I was feeling like they might also prioritize something still like the Ashe Seraphine, since it has been a lane that has been so dominant, and also in pick priority, it is so very high in priority that it kind of surprises me that they see Senna on one side and then think, okay, we'll pick up the Xin Zhao first, and then this combo is apparently open for the next series because they're also adding the Tristana to it. So it does show that ZNT really wants to go ham in those first couple of minutes. Like, I am seeing already a really aggressive start of their drafting against the Senna that will take some time to get online. So they're already throwing the gauntlet towards Snooze to show them what they can do.
Yes, and that's going to be your first and last time they're going to be picking in a pair as well. So they've just given away the most of their draft within the first 2 picks, as the red side does, right? So already very explosive. You see the name of the game as none other but Salaturka would be put on that rise, and this is a person that is certainly walking in with confidence into any position that he's put into, and it's going to come off the back, of course, quite a slow laning phase, a lot of good poke, a lot of good wave pierce, maybe some priority there, but it certainly will be backed up by what seems like a jungle pick on the third B3 as we speak, and that's going to be a Wukong locked in for Rising, something that they locked in on the side of Snooze Esports into Mind Blue Esports in the grind finals in the first game as well, so they're running that one back.
Using their counter picks proficiently. ZNT now, thus far they're hovering the Nautilus. It's no guarantee that they will lock it in, but if they do not lock a mid laner here, it does give a free pass over to Snooze Esports, so to just ban out bad matchups that Rising doesn't want, or that Salaturka doesn't want to play into with champions like, for instance, the Cassiopeia or maybe the Anivia. I am looking at those champion pool from what he's played thus far in the Road of Legends, and his 2 most played champions are Ryze, well, that's not available anymore because Snooze just locked it in, and Azir, but I don't think that's the champion you want to pick up just yet when you're playing into the Ryze matchup that wants to like equally skill as yourself. So I do really wonder what Dodos will bring out when a lot of his champion pools are either banned out at this point or not necessarily that great into Ryze.
Yeah, definitely, and we do see the Nautilus also locked in for Sigma here. The trouble, or depending on how you look at it, the blessing in disguise, whichever way, Nautilus goes in and that's it. He's not going back anywhere, and he's definitely not going to go anywhere back forwards, right? So you've got to commit with something like the Nautilus. What I really like is this Braum, this Alistar, just being banned away, because once you get into that melee form, you sort of want to stay there and you want to commit as much of your kit as possible without being sent back to where you came from. Again, that's not something that the Nautilus wants to do. It's going to be instead on the side of Snooze Esports a heavy priority for the mid lane here. Control mages are coming out, but so is a Karthus.
Okay, I didn't expect that one. I think we're just going to be seeing a Karthus mid lane. I don't think, or it can also be a flex pick for Jamie. I don't think he's played the mages yet, but hey, bot lane Karthus is something that we see in solo queue more often. Then what is Snooze going to put against it? I was mostly thinking about, you've been hyping me up so much for Dokai. I want to see something like Tahm Kench next to the Senna, so you can keep the Senna fairly safe against the Nautilus and the aggression combination. But they just want to throw the aggression back as well towards ZNT by locking the rel, so a little bit less safety for the Senna. But I do wonder what ZNT is planning here, because this card is, I think, is something no one has seen coming, and maybe, just maybe, it could also be the AP Xin Zhao that we've been waiting for.
The top side Graves is what I'm looking at here, I think, for
Has Hatsu played this before?
Hatsu's not played it with me seeing it myself personally. I can't say that it's a stranger for himself. Of course, going into this series, he's going to be going something that's strong side, something that likes to split push, something that has priority in the side lanes. That is Hatsu forte. He absolutely owns the side lanes, so he's going to have to be matched to something like by the Jax. And it absolutely makes sense into this Graves, which we're yet to see really where it's going to go once this gets finalized, but it's most likely into that top side.
I love to see that for the first time, and like both me and one of the other casters, Mr. Sleeps, have been calling this out for a long time for the last patch. Where is the first AP Xin Zhao that we're seeing in the mid lane for a competitive team? So not just solo queue, but
Yeah.
in the competitive settings, and it looks like ZNT has found the angle for themselves against the Ryze. I feel like the Zinzao early game can put a lot of pressure on this champion, and then they have utilized the Wukong also as a flex pick to flex it towards the top side and have Graves in the jungle to bully this Karthus. I really wonder how this is going to play out, because normally as Graves you really want to bully the enemy jungler in the early game, but getting priority on mid lane as Ryze versus Zinzao I feel like is basically impossible, so you really need strong side lanes to get priority to help you when, well, Ryze is never going to be able to move, and Zinzao will always be there first when you're trying to invade this Karthus early on. So that is something that I will be watching for when this game finally starts in a bit.
And I like it. I think it works on paper. When you look at Snooze Esports, they've got that Wukong, and that's going to be in the hands, of course, of Rising. And Rising has got something, you know, he's got promise there, he's got history, but it's a Wukong, it's a setup, it's an engage, it's a setup, it sort of, you know, wants to team fight. I don't see it as the biggest of bullies. So this Karthus in the jungle definitely does work, because Karthus hates the bullies coming his way, and all of a sudden what you're looking at is, wow, I'm not going to be able to have the mid game or the late game that I would like to do, and that ultimate needs time to scale, because once it does, with a single press of a button, you have everything going for yourself at a crucial point. Requiem is a make or break ability before objective spawn. You don't even have to go for that the kill pressure. You just got to reduce the carries down to about half, 1/3 of their HPs, and everybody else with them. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on Hatred here in the jungle for the side of ZNT to actually execute upon that idea. But again, I mean, all eyes on this Zinzao in the mid lane. Dollis, he has now picked himself up a bit of an interesting AP, maybe potentially Zinzao, going through to game number 1. This is your best of 5 series in a relegations for ZNT, unless they hit the mark, and a promotions for Snooze Esports, unless they don't. Best of 5, game 1 is about to be upon us, and I'm really interested to see as to where this is going to go, especially in that mid lane, and especially due to the fact that we have a roaming support on Snooze Esports.
I am completely with you with what you just said. Like, this is going to be so insane to watch for the first game, that we have 2 team composition that I don't think anyone would have expected at first that this would be game number 1. And the fact that you have that Karthus, but also the Graves on the other side, that we finally are seeing AP Zinzao, and that the Senna, for one of the first times after the Deathfire Touch nerfs, is still being picked on that bot lane to see if they can get it, well, to skill eventually. It does seem, though, that with that, it is Snooze that have like a little bit of a more scaling composition, so can they play for damage control? And on the other side, we see ZNT that have to just start snowballing, and hopefully they will never fall behind, because if they do, it might be really difficult for them to come back.
Yeah, it will be, and they're going to have to prove themselves on both ends. Snooze Esports, ZNT in a do or die series. This is the end of spring split. As we see, Road of Legends is coming to an end. But is it going to be the first ever time where Snooze this year is going to be able to enter it? Or is ZNT going to be able to defend their spot? Welcome back. We got ourselves an absolute banger, and all eyes on this explosive Nautilus Tristana Jamie Sigma bot lane. That is something that I'm really looking forward to see.
Now we see that the response on the other side, Guppy, started with the Doran's Helm. It's something we see quite often now, since it gives a little bit more survivability in the bot lane for the champions that really need to just stay alive and stay scaling. And I also want to see what the choice of Dolus was going to be, because in general, this AP Zinzao is either played with Hail of Blades for the short burst trades, or you're going with Storm Raiders also for the burst trades, but more because you want to quickly trade and then get out, or over chase if the enemy has a dash. He went with the Storm Raiders, which is a little bit, well, I don't want to say more aggressive, it's maybe even less aggressive, but gives a bit more mobility, and also maybe it's a slightly bit more poke when it comes to Scorch on long range.
Ooh. You've got an aggressive dredge line right there. Does connect, and it will be pretty much mounted down by Dokai. Now, Something that I didn't quite catch is Rising instead on the Graves here.
Ooh,
That's
Hatred
going to
walked
be
over a ward. He knows Hatred is there. I like that.
Yeah. Rising is walking right into this jungle by the looks of it, and he's just going to get that Raptor. Hatred was trying to get something out of it. Having to flash away is what he'll get. But with a Ghost coming his way, Salaturka does want to pick a fight, and he's going to find one from Dollis. At the least, Dredgeline does connect onto the Rel, who's got the crash down once again, both getting quiet low. Nobody necessarily going to be going down, but there's a party already, and we're not even done with the first jungle clear.
There is a lot of fighting spirit in both of the teams. You see that Salaturka instantly pops that Ghost the moment they see Hatred out of position, and also still Rising cannot clear his jungle for free. But I feel like Jamie and Sigma are giving up a lot of tempo on the bot lane. When Guppy can just free farm, and well, he doesn't really have a freeze, but it is a way of staying in a good position.
That's an audacious charge. Salaturka does not have the Ghost, we remember that much, but there is a flash for both of Dollis and Salaturka. Not going to be used, not going to be committed there, but a good punish nonetheless for Dollis Xin Zhao mid lane. Again, those are words I was not expecting to say out loud today. In the top side, however, bit of story time. I will say one of my first ever mains, Wukong top lane. Yeah, it was a fun time. So many seasons and years ago now, so I don't really see it nowhere near often as I used to, at least from myself. But we will be seeing it from Hatsu.
Back when his scalings were a little bit better, a little bit different, more AD, less base damage. So, well, now he could probably be more of a lane bully, but it's also why he pivoted to the jungle, because it's fairly easy to clear it and then still have the impact with your ultimate later. Yeah, I do understand that this champion, it can still be flexed, but it will most of the time see his play in jungle. The other flex pick, I still want to go back to the Xin Zhao, because I feel like he didn't really take the short end of the stick when it came to that trade, because AP Xin Zhao, starting out with a Doran's Ring, it's so easy to just sustain yourself through the wave on mid lane. Even if you've taken a bad trade, you just do 3 auto attacks and you heal a portion of your health back. Rice cannot do that and also had no mana.
That's going to be another crash down to escape the dredge line. They keep hitting. They are certainly quite successful. There's been a flash because of it, and that's on Rising. Then, you know, you've got Rising, you've got Hatred. Both of these junglers are going to be very much farming for the most part in the early game, and Smart is getting quite low. Counter-Strike will help him out to get a decent trade off the back of that one until he gets that Leap Strike out of that. He's going to be fine. So, again, this is different. Graves does bully. Graves does like to fight. And into something like the Karthus all of a sudden makes a little bit more sense. And so you've got Hatred now having to deal with the Graves. But a nice reply from ZNT. They did get to punish him a little bit in that initial clear.
Oh, Dolus goes in, but there's Rising.
Flashing away, and he's not going to have that for another 5 minutes or so. Good punish. Salaturka's not quite done yet, because he wants to throw out a few more of those abilities and make sure that Dolus, once he comes back into the lane, he's going to have a much harder time dealing into this ranged versus melee matchup.
We see that Rising is even continuing the invade, hoping to catch Dolus on his rotation back to lane, but he also knows that this might be a possibility, so he's going the long way around. And Sigma is nice enough to... Well, he's not really catching the wave because he cannot freeze it, with Salaturka being there and also knowing that Dokai isn't in lane. But you are seeing that they're playing really well together, trying to make the best of it happen. Sigma, Dokai.
It's been spotted. Sigma tried to get a bit of a head on Dokai's no vision of that rush, but... Seems like Salaturka was too far away from a dredge line, so that won't be happening. It's just going to be a bit of a handshake. That's all we're going to see in that mid lane, and everybody goes back to where they want to. There's going to be a reset, the second one, as the tier has been picked up previously, and there's your Lucidity boots as well. Nice little way of getting out of that Counter-Strike in the top side, where we're going to be seeing a little bit more than just your good old, tank matchup. There's not much noodle slapping here. There is quite a heavy back and forth trade once both of these top laners get some confidence and some items under their belt.
They really want to play it on the edge, because they also know that if they just solo take over the lane, then it could also be enough to snowball later on. You are seeing like some small deficits already in the CS numbers when it comes to the lanes on its own. We see that the Smart has a little bit of a better time into Hatsu than the other way around with the Jackson to the Wukong, but it's a good thing that on bot lane, with the early rotation that Jamie and Sigma had to take with the slight invade of Rising's jungle, Guppy also is doing the same thing on bot lane, being 10 CS ahead of his direct opponent, and with the wave constantly in this position, Guppy, there's no dive threat, there's nothing they can really do. Even this trade will probably go, well, fairly fairly slow, and Guppy can just skill for free.
Decent back and forth. Not much else, really. Interestingly enough, Guppy is having a decent time in this early game. Again, this is a Senna which will eventually have a very good scaling going into that game. This time round, the Counter-Strike does connect topside as Hatsu's getting quite low, having to use the Cyclone just to get out of that one. He's got another proc, but it might not be enough. We do have the Dawning Shadow and the Flash in the end. The Flash is the one that was really needed from Hatsu to get away from that one. Good punish from Smart.
It's a flash-for-flash trade in the end, so Hatsu should probably be fairly happy with the fact that he survived and that the wave is not in a position yet that it can be hard crashed. He probably won't miss a lot of this wave either when Smart is just pushing it out. And it gives a lot of pressure at the same time over on the map for Smart that the rest of his team was already doing the Dragon, so we do see the small objective lead slowly but steadily going over when we see the small fight on the mid lane.
Yeah, we do, and Sigma is sort of here just to push it out, maybe, helping out Dolus a little bit. Again, in a ranged versus melee matchup, it's a little bit difficult, right? So you've got that going for yourself, but where is Darkeye? He's here. He's matching Sigma quite nicely as we speak. I am not quite seeing everything in front of me right now. Production, if I can make just a quick note, that's a pause on my end, a bit of a crash. But I'm hoping nothing is going to become of it, coming off the back of it.
Issues you have, so I just refreshed our vmix and
nice.
Should be
That's
okay
a good idea. That is an amazing idea. I'll probably do that right now.
You can see that Hatred is taking like full control over the map. Like, we're seeing that he's just doing all of the objectives, he has all the priority that he needs to do it with when Dolus engages mid.
Flash until he has to, but there's a Requiem coming his way, and that might just be it. The first blood for Hatred, all the way downtown. Level 7 on this Karthus already. Definitely power farming, one level above Rising, who's now level 7 as well, but Hatred is not wasting any time. Hatsu doesn't have the flash. He will be taken out, and with it, all of these minions as well. It's just a question of who's going to take it. Smart is going to take too many tower shots there. It's a one-for-one trade in the end. At the end of it, Hatsu will be not getting quite a few minions over that tower.
I'd say it's not the worst of situations, since you are still able to crash in the wave and there is a slow push now coming back to Smart, but the fact that you do get a kill back over to Hatsu, it is all you wanted to still be able to get, plus more for Hatsu, so he still isn't just down for the count, and Hatred had to spend so much extra time there that it also gives a little bit of a timer for Rising to get back into his jungle clearing. So yeah, I'd say Snooze, it isn't the biggest of victories, but also for ZNT it wasn't the clean dive, so it isn't the most that they could have taken out of the situation.
Yeah, definitely. I really like the tempo. Oh, that's a dredge line connected onto Guppy. However, not much follow-up from Jamie as of yet until there's the rocket jump. Depth charge having to flash away from Magnet Storm just to deny a little bit of that trade, but the Buster shot is coming his way. Guppy's getting low, but so is Jamie, who's gonna go down, and Doko's gonna be picking himself that kill. Thank you very much, as Salerturka is gonna be thinking about one of his own. He won't be able to get that. Guppy stays alive. He will get a push.
Oh, he gets it!
Shadow and a kill onto Sigma, as Rising is now pretty much being retaliated on some cross-map plays coming out from ZNT, and they will get Rising.
It is really smart from ZNT to make the cross-map happen, knowing that they are not winning the fight on bot anymore, but it is so well played from Snooze, the way they're baiting out a lot of cooldowns. Well, not even the summoners in the end of Jamie, like he already accepted he was going to die at that point. But in a situation where you are so far overextended because you want to take the engage and then have Salerturka just realm ward behind it, there's nowhere to run. But now Salerturka is coming back to a lane that's kind of frozen on him, so he has to be careful since Dolus is still really strong on the AP Sinzao. Only 2 assists, but look at the items already in his inventory. 2 stacks on the Dark Seal as well. He's gonna have a lot of sustain, and don't forget that his W and E have a decent amount of AP scaling as well.
Yep, and speaking of the items, there's a few power spikes coming our way. Eclipse, hold on, we're going to have to pause that fourth. Flashing away from an initial Cyclone, there's another coming, none other but Smart's way. Rising does have the no buster, no collateral damage rather, and it won't be a kill. Smart does get away with it. he's going to have to use a TP, and I'm sure he's going to be very happy doing so once he comes back into this lane. But not into nothing. Rising is hovering. Whether that's going to be another gank, it won't be. Instead, we are seeing an 11.5-minute game. And still, Smart trying to punish Hatsu. Another Requiem. I don't think there's enough damage, and as Smart wants to go right back in, Rising will be walking out of it as well. Absolutely fine. That's a Deathfire Torch. Free kill, Karthus, as we speak. Very good start of the game for Hatred.
Yeah, Hatred in this game is snowballing like there's no tomorrow. I do want to take back a little bit on the top lane fight, because I felt like there was a little bit of a disconnect between Hatsu and Rising, because Hatsu was trying to go for not really a proxy, but he tried to exit to the topside jungle of Hatred, and well, Rising normally should help his top laner, but he was walking very far away from him, so that also meant that Smart was able to turn it around with the help of that Requiem, so it could have been a little bit worse if it wasn't for Rising at least turning around at one point. But I feel like if you communicate that better and the execution is there, then either Smart has a really difficult lane in initializing that chase and, well, getting anything out of it, or maybe if it was worse, then they could have lost it.
Pressing guard having to be used because Rising comes around the corner. Good follow-up damage, forcing the flash. That means the dragon was most likely not going to be stopped. That's already been taken out. Rising goes right back in, but he's going to get dredge-lined, and that's a depth charge to reply straight away. Dawning Shadow will in the end help out in that matter, but is it going to be enough? No, it won't be, as both Salaturka and Rising will be going down just at the cost of one, where Dolis has lost his life. He has also claimed the second dragon with the side of Hatred in that pit.
A bit greedy from Rising. I do understand that you're trying to get a kill onto Dolis and trying to get yourself on the board, but flashing for that, knowing that the only damage item you have thus far is that Voltaic Cyclosword, not enough with crit yet to blow someone up just for the cause of it, and knowing that your enemy is potentially doing dragon because you have no vision over where the support is and what's even going on the bot side jungle. It's just a bit too much. You overplay it, it blows back in your face, and now there's 2 kills for Jamie to get back into the game, and still the 3 kills danger with Hatred. It's not a tempo play that I would have liked to see there, but hey, it happens, and they now have to deal with it, and hopefully they're able to restrain themselves a bit more going into the later stages, since you are now 1,500 gold behind, and you are relying a lot on this Senna to do some of the heavy lifting, because there is still the main lead for Snooze.
Ridge line, that's a flash and a Magna Storm. Nice exhaust, but the rocket jump will at least take Jamie out of this situation, as Sigma won't be really greeted with the same fate. That's going to be him going down. A little bit of a turnaround, and after the back of it, a good tempo from Rising. He does
Rising is alone
without much vision, and Hatred is so much, very much on point in this game. He's going to be removed as soon as he enters that brush.
You think that Jamie has bombs, but like the Hatred just has landmines. He just throws the Skittles down like it's nothing, and Rising has to eat it. It's also a little bit out of position from the team itself, with the fact that, well, Rising isn't walking up with his support.
That one. Hatsu trying to
really doing this?
That Cyclone. The second proc will get him out of the situation. Dodging the counter sort of damage there, just for the stun value away from it, but away from your tower. It's not going to put you in a good position. So yeah, the ultimates have been traded. Nobody will go down yet. In the top side, really, we do see a lot of those fights, but time and time again, they're not going anybody's way unless there's a second party involved. There's a second party involved in this mid lane as we speak. 3 of them. There's of course, a lane swap coming our way, and Smart is walking all the way down into that bot side. However, I will say with these rotations, ZNT is certainly on their money, and Rising will have to just use the Smite, which he has a secondary one, just in case this Herald is started, and I think that's exactly what ZNT is thinking about.
Snooze a little bit late on their rotation, respectively, because we see Smart being unanswered on the bot lane whilst having his TP available, so map movement-wise, ZNT once more a step ahead of their opponent. It's even going to be a Realm Warp towards lane from Salaturka. That's an interesting investment there, because I also feel like you now do not have your Realm Warp available for potential rotations towards objectives. You know,
seeing like 2 top laners.
44.
Yeah. They're fighting at it in the top side, but one is a mid lane, one is a top lane, but they're both really played in the jungle. There's a lot of interesting picks in this game. There's a lot happening in the mid lane as we speak. as well. But just for the most part, it's going to be that flash counter and then a stun onto Salaturka. He won't be able to get out unless he's got the phase rush. Wants to somehow get the ghost in, and he will be able to get through. And the Dawning Shadow maybe perhaps giving him enough damage to have some sort of an idea to go back in. But no, Salaturka does get out of that one, and that's at the cost of a flash from Smart.
Smart still having the greater edge with only his flash invested and not flash and ghost like Salaturka, but as a Rise you're really happy you're getting away with just having to use summoners and not dying towards a Jax that's already like fairly decent into the game with 147 CS and 2 assists. And Snooze also off the back of it, knowing that there was a lot of investments pinging that Smart wanted this kill to be freely picked up, but it was too fast for them, can just make their rotation over to the Rift Herald, picking that one up for themselves and slowing the game down like I feel like they would have liked to at this point, since you still have that Rise, you still have that Senna, you're walking towards, or like you're working towards those power spikes. What I'd like to see now from Snooze is that they find a pick somewhere on Hatred. That there is a way with Guppy, with how strong he is already in this game, to make an invade happen or to make an engage happen and take Hatred's 400 gold shutdown off them. That would probably give them the best way to get, well, not necessarily back into the game because they're still in it, but at least a bit further into the saddle, equalizing the gold score, and also, well, I guess putting a lot of pressure on Guppy because he is the one currently doing most of the heavy lifting still.
Yeah, most definitely. And Dragon is up as we speak. Smart wants to get as many of those plates. He wants to open up this map with a tower after tower, yet to be taken anywhere, really. All of these towers still stand. 17, 18 minutes into the game. However, the sole throw focus from the side of ZNT is going to be the Dragon. And that's the third one. That's a soul point at an 18-minute game. And by the way, if you're going into something that scales into you very nicely, you're going to slow it down by 5-minute intervals for each Dragon that you take for yourself. ZNT has now got themselves a little bit more of a breathing space. The breathing room has expanded exponentially as Hatsu may just commit onto that first tower, but the minions have gone down, and Hatred, unless he's initiated on, that will be happening. Topside, a bit of a cross-map play, both of the mid laners. That's going to be one going down. Salaturka is going to be one first, and the second will be none other but Hatsu, but 2 kills for ZNT as in the mid lane. We've got the rocket jump right onto Guppy trying to get that buster shot. He will get it. Just will remove himself from the situation with another jump as Sigma will be hitting that dredge line, flashing away, but none other but the Graves will secure that kill. That's some sort of reply, but at what cost? You've got these side lanes just being absolutely annihilated.
And I feel like at the end of it all, if you're looking at the scoreboard when it comes to gold, exactly the same score is visible. Like, both teams started this far apart in gold. We see just scattered plays being made all around. Salaturka being caught on the top lane. I think a decent trade on the bot lane, getting the shutdown from Hatred on Hatsu and taking the tower whilst, well, of course, he goes down himself, but that's completely alright at that point. And you're getting some things on the mid lane, but in the end it just equalizes itself with the pressure that Dolis and Smart can still get on the side lanes without seeing an answer, since, well, both of the side laners have unfortunately perished. So the gold lead is still around 2,000 in favor of ZNT, maybe a little bit less now, but I still feel like Snooze perhaps, they didn't necessarily get like the full-on better of it, but they still are having a situation where the game is slowed down and they're not just letting things go on the side lane without trading anything on mid lane, because those skills are also really important to once again see on Guppy, on Rising, to get themselves into a carry position.
Yes, Salaturka is in a position that he might not like too much, especially if Smart decides to join in. However, Hatsu, both solo laners are now around the corner. Warrior expects to go right in. Dolis is not expecting this engage, but neither is none of about Hatsu, because all of a sudden Smart has arrived. Cyclone will be used, going right back in, and he's gonna be the first one to go down. There's a bit of a cross-map play, flashing away, but the leap strike, I don't know what to attack, does connect as Rising, does hit the collateral damage. Not going to be enough onto Smart at the very least, who started this play and is yet to go down himself.
Great bait from ZNT though. The fact that they had everyone as a backup on that bot lane and were just trying to see if Hatsu, if Salaturka would take it, and in the end they do, without having their own backup available, because both bot laners were still trying to push out mid, and then they're also facing each other during that bot lane rotation. You cannot just take them face on, Guppy, also not in your own bot lane. And that makes that Guppy is too late to be there for the fight, and the cleanup has already happened. So ZNT now are finally getting themselves like in a better distance from Snooze when it comes to gold. They're now 3,000 gold ahead, and it is with only 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining for the next dragon to spawn. When Rising, you don't want to get caught on the side lane here.
And I'm pretty sure he just goes down unless
Hatsu is here too.
But when it becomes lightning now, no audacious charge. Warrior Trickster will get Hatsu over the wall. That none of it but Dollars came just around. Quick round by, picks himself up that kill, and now you're looking at Rising not really finding his footing yet within this game. He's 1-4 right now, and what I like a lot is ZNT is not slowing down. That's gonna be the big worm coming somebody's way, and it's most likely ZNT unless we have a fight on our hands.
We are seeing pings coming out, but there's no jungler for Snooze to even attempt to steal, so it has to come from someone else.
Yeah, that's going to go down. Dokai still hovering in the back as Smart was trying to push out Hatsu. He will do. Hatsu's not the one with the smite here. Let's not confuse our Wukong, because Rising, of course, is the real target that really mattered at the back of the last fight, and that's exactly what now secured ZNT their first Baron of the game.
It should be very elementary what ZNT wants to do next. They want to shove out that mid wave and the bot wave if they can. Maybe even get the split push from Smart as well. Just 1-3-1 it with your Baron buff and get the priority to go for the next objective. 20 seconds for the dragon, and it would give them soul so early into the game. Snooze either has to fight this like really, really perfectly, or ZNT can just run with the game from this point onwards.
Guppy's in the mist. But there is a hover of a dredge line as well as a smite. So confident just to, walk into that river.
Look at this flank, by the way.
Especially here. Yep, there is. I don't think much real concern about the dragon. This is the first one that Snooze Esports is going to be able to pick themselves up. But what I really like is not only the Requiem from the Karthus to reduce everybody to a much lower HP, because now they can't retaliate into every single lane that all of a sudden ZNT is pushing into. Dokai is crashing down, but he's very low, so he's Rising. Depth Charge will be connecting under the tower. He's fine, but Dokai won't be. That's another dredge line. Beautiful hook with a side of tower. On the side lane, that's going to be picked up. And the menu is getting bigger by the minute. Item at a time. These towers are being demolished right now. ZNT do not have anything to worry about. They're thinking about ending a 24-minute game, and to defend themselves in this best of 5. Game 1 is looking pretty good, and as we speak, that's going to be a nice auto attack onto Hatsu, and he's going to have to retreat onto the fountain. Lucky for him, it's around the corner. However, for his team, not so lucky, because now all of a sudden, Guppy and Salaturka need to be dealing. That's a root flashing in. The root and the stun only connects onto the Sigma. All of a sudden, Dollis wants to have a bit of a fight of his own. He does not have the Crescent Guard for a moment or two. Salaturka does have the Ghost. He's going right in. The root will connect. Maybe overstaying, but you still have Smart in the top side, as now Sigma will be the next one on that list. And as we speak, the list is getting bigger. We've got the Realm Warp coming around, and that's a 4-man. The Avengers have arrived. Nice slow. Leap Strike Flash is going to be traded, and that might just be the end of it until it's not. It's actually going to be a good in-the-end kill. 3 of them picked up, but at what cost?
I did feel like Snooze might perhaps be overcommitting with that bot side play, but the fact that there's 3 members from ZNT that are able to be called out, 3 Baron buffs just off the table, not like ZNT would use them any further because they'd be gone by now anyway, but it's a lot of gold injections just back into the hands of Snooze, seeing an extra kill being added to Guppy, an extra kill being added to Rising, getting themselves into just a slightly better position if they want to close this base. And I feel like this is also what ZNT has been suffering through the rest of the season when, will he know that Salaturka is here?
Salaturka trying to do it. The booties have been removed. We don't have the feet up-straying booties no more, but we will have a Salaturka going down. That's got to be a great punish 25 minutes into this game. You've got 2.5 minutes on both of the objectives, so nothing really will be coming off of it, aside from more pressure in the jungle, more vision set up for ZNT, and Snooze Esports is being pushed back ever so slightly into their own base.
And I felt like if there was like a throw to be made, it is like the 3 kills that went over to Snooze last time. But if the mistakes are being followed up by mistakes from your enemy as well, then I feel like it kind of equalizes each other, because now Turka is dead, and that also misses a lot of wave clear and defensive strength for Snooze in their own base. I felt like they probably could have gotten more out of this, but ZNT now still, like, once again, feeling very comfortable in this position, and where I'd say during our regular season they had a lot of difficulties closing out these kind of games where they had a good lead, when the answer is also being given back by Snooze. Now they are in a position that if they want to close it, it has to be soon.
Depth charge does just sway some sort of a disengage, but the tower is the real focus until Hatsu wanted to defend it with his own HP, which is now pretty much nothing that he can do off the back of anymore, and that's going to be the 3rd inhibitor going down as well. What we're watching here, by the way, which is an amazing display of levels right now, and it's only game 1. At the end of the day, you know, it's anything could still happen. But you're watching the first seed on Benelux Ascent Series, that's Snooze Esports, and the defending Road of Legends seed 8, ZNT. That is a nice picture, I think. It's such a great way of just really seeing these two teams in front of us, and we'll be seeing them more as this series goes on. Yes, what we have on Snooze Esports is a scaling team comp, and yes, ZNT was able to punish them in the early game, so much so that these 3 dragons have denied about 15 to 10 minutes because of it. They dropped the last dragon, and so that means the second one may be able to help them out ever so slightly. However, it's a Cloud Drake. You know, you've got that movement speed going your way. I see the soul value at some point for a good few of these ultimates, especially something like the Tristana, something like the Crescent Guard, even the depth charge, right? The Nautilus, all of that. However, Snooze Esports definitely wants to be grabbing that for themselves as well.
There's also complete vision coverage over that bot side jungle for ZNT. They don't want to see a contest happening from Snooze, and the moment they get that Dragon Soul for themselves, it only looks like the logical play that when the enemy base is being fully sieged on by 3 down inhibitors, so also 2 super minions spawning per wave, that the Baron would be on the menu and the final siege will be upon us in just a little bit. Smart is trying to already put himself into a position, knows that they don't need him for the Baron necessarily, trying to put some pressure on the side lanes where he cannot be matched.
Yeah, and I don't think if you're Snooze Esports, you're really aware, because as you see, the Fog of War is very much your enemy. You're dealing with 5 players and the entire map right now, because that's where Snooze Esports is within this 29-minute game, and a second Baron has just been picked up by ZNT. The first one put this base in this state, and right now there's only 2 more towers remaining, but right in front of them you still do in fact have Snooze Esports defending their time, their way to scale. Level 17 on the rise. He's yet to pick up his crucial 3rd item, which is going to be, by the looks of it, the Zhonya's, but not quite ready for this team fight. So all eyes on really that engage, which might eventually be coming our way. Systematic approach from ZNT.
They sync their waves properly, so if there's an angle soon, then they can at least take down this inhibitor once again. And now Snooze being pushed into a position where ZNT, if they want to, they can just throw the go button, just 1 step out of position, and Sigma can be on it.
Oh. They're going to be on it. Sigma is fishing, not quiet. Still a lot of these minions to get through one by one. But again, these inhibitors have been taken out. And it's going to be a chokehold. Tower being taken 1 hit at a time, brick at a time, as you say. Rome was not built in one day,
Sigma,
but it might go down in a single swing as we speak. The tower has been taken out. We do have an engage from none other but Dulles, but he's all of a sudden no HP whatsoever flashing into the Crescent Guard. Smart is looking for the Nexus. Somebody needs to control Smart, who's making a very intellectual play. He will be the one to take the Nexus for himself with the rest of ZNT. That's game 1 for you, done and dusted, in a quiet, good systematic approach. And eventually, we'll be getting into that game 2, but very well played, ZNT.
I feel like we shouldn't have expected anything else for that ending, even though it kind of felt like it was still disconnected because Smart was going for the end angle by himself and the rest of his team wasn't on the same line. But hey, you're a Jax, you have a Counter-Strike, you can do things like that. We've seen it before during the ending of RoL of Legends regular season when Nuke was doing exactly the same thing on his Jax in game number 3 to end the season once and for all and crown Free2 Esports the champion of our competition. But is this everything? Yeah, that we can expect then from ZNT? Like, sure, we do know that their coach has been a coach in CBLOL as well. Like, he's been a very prestigious coach. You should expect him to bring like strategies like this or like macro like this to a team like this. But then how did they fall short during the regular season and now suddenly showing up? Because I felt like this was a really cool and calculated game. And I know ZNT from those cool and calculated moments in the early stages, but panic sometimes strikes in the later stages. Has that now finally been resolved? And will it be a 3-0 today? Or will Snooze stop snoozing? Because hey, I guess it's in the name. For some gamers it's a bit early to get up.
I've been waiting.
They did also lose that first one.
To say that phrase. The entirety of it.
And I stole it from you!
No idea how long I've been waiting to say that. So you got ahead of me on that one. But yes, they're going to have to wake up going into game 2 because if they don't, then it's match point. And that's going to be a scary one, of course. We got history. We've got ZNT being a playoff runner in Winter Split. So they know exactly what they're doing as a roster who has barely been changed from what I understand going into Spring Split. And you could argue there's more to be lost on ZNT's end than there is to be lost for Snooze Esports, but they do want to gain a lot as well. We're going to be seeing exactly as to where that's going to take us shortly after this break, and let's see what happens in that game 2. Welcome back. Get back in here because I need you guys, okay? Ladies and gents, we're getting into shortly game 2. But before then, you've got a few plays to break down, Sim. And despite the last game not being explosive on at least the playmaking, it was certainly very much so methodical. It was systematic, and I think we need to see where it really started to gain that momentum for ZNT.
And I actually want to start with basically the draft already, because I felt like both sides were cooking. There were a lot of nice flex picks that we haven't seen utilized before in the way that they were utilized. And then in the end, we get to a point that we see it is going to be Wukong versus Jackstop, it is going to be Graves versus Carter's jungle, and we finally see that Xin Zhao mid against the Ryze. And after that, everything just started rolling for ZNT. We see that this Carthus with no fear of getting invaded by his counterpart, by a Graves that really wants to do the invading, even doing the same thing himself. It's really difficult for a Graves to get his footing into this match, and even when he goes aggressive, gets these kind of kills, if you just die on moments like these when you don't see the rotation coming, it is so difficult to get the tempo back into the match against the Carthus that just is on the other side of the map, can press R, take first blood, take even more kills. Like 4-1 already by 18 minutes is a lot of tempo for a competitive game, and you just see that the snowball starts and the snowball starts rolling, even with some iffy macro decisions. I felt like Snooze's answers also didn't lack their own share of mistakes, so that also brings us to the end that ZNT can just keep everything going. Snooze has some nice answers, but it's not enough at that point to stop ZNT from closing a game like this.
Yeah, no, most definitely. And what we saw there was an amazing almost follow-up, and it just bit Snooze Esports back ever so slightly, but because that could have been finished off a little bit sooner on that engage rather than not, and because it wasn't, we had Jax in the top side, again, pushing in, and the objectives were the focus. It wasn't so much so trying to get those kills, trying to, get something as slippery as, the Senna in the mist, even despite Jamie and Sigma getting an amazing play in that mid lane that we just saw in that highlight. It was still so much more of a approach for those towers. Every single time you see people grouping from Snooze Esports, okay, well, we can afford missing out on, Sigma going down for this play, perhaps losing a flash for Jamie, perhaps losing a tower. If we're going to grab 3, we're going to be very happy with that result, because that just opened up the map. And the map constantly kept getting larger for ZNT, but it eventually squeezed into a tiny little corner for the side of Snooze Esports, and it was so difficult for them to even approach their own jungle. We saw Smart not even on that second Baron at some point. He was just chilling in a brush all the way down in the bottom jungle because, again, the fog of war was on their side.
They played the map really well, and it also makes me question if this was like Snooze's first game of the day, or whether they already did a warm-up game, because it felt like the classic things that you normally work out during a warm-up game, because you haven't played the game in like a couple of hours. Those mistakes were being made. You saw some communication issues where the players were disconnected walking on the map instead of staying connected, making sure that counter collapses are possible if you run into someone. Later on, you see that the lane designation per player was also a bit iffy, where yes, you want to keep on group, but then who's going to stop the split push? Those are things that you have to think about and talk about before it even happens. So those kind of warm-up mistakes, we've seen them now from Snooze. I'm hoping that they've worked them out, because else we're probably going to have a really short night when ZNT, it looks like they brought their A game. It wasn't just a draft like you said, it was snowballing as well. They communicated properly from what we have seen, like they were walking together in spaces where I guess Snooze didn't expect them, and if that happens again, well then it's just a fairly easy trap to lay down for ZNT, and you're just waiting for Snooze to walk into that trap. You don't even have to be proactive yourself.
Yeah, I don't want to overrun this phrase, but I'm going to say it. You do need to wake up for game 2. I'm sorry. Snooze Esports has got to, of course, enter with a little bit more of that momentum that they've not quite been able to grab themselves, at least off the back of the last game. Of course, we know exactly how it went. And again, I've never got to say that out loud on stream before, because Snooze Esports was doing everything they should have done in Benelux Ascent series, and walking into this promotion game for themselves, as well as the relegations for ZNT, it's certainly showing us how these games could go. We've got ourselves a good old draft beginning as we speak. ZNT on the red side, Snooze Esports was picking their side, and they decided to stick around on that blue. And they're going to be getting rid of a few bullies down in that bot lane.
It's interesting to see that Snooze Esports is sticking on blue side, even though like regularly in competitive we do see the trend in Fearless that you want to start out on blue side, and the further that we go into a series at one point, all your priority picks have already been picked, so then the counter pick becomes more valuable. But if there's a trend that we've seen in Division 1, it's that the counter pick is always more valuable, because at least you can guarantee that there's one lane that has a really good matchup that can be the first one to start the snowball of just making it go in your favor. And last time we also saw it with the counter-pick top lane, something that we've seen in Division 1 as well. This Jax was one of the main reasons that, well, there were a lot of difficulties from Hatsu laning into this, also with a Wukong who's not your classic top lane champion, and now we're getting into the same thing where if Snooze Esports have their composition already, then ZNT can start making the guesses where do the flex picks go, because it's Aurora, it's not guaranteed it's going mid, it can also still go in the top lane, but you can at least make a nice guesstimation who is going where and where do we want the counter pick. So I still like ZNT on the red side for them at the very least.
I like that. Guesstimation, I'm going to coin that. Thank you, Sim. If you hear me saying that one's thanks to you. But yeah, Hatsu, sorry, that's going to be a Lucian, so it's showing us a little bit of that Enchanter down in the bot lane, which is going to be the Milio rather than the Nami, which is still up and available for this series. But it makes sense. You've got that Milio, Lucian, prowess down in that bot side, and ZNT is not slowing down on their explosive early game within the bot lane, at least. And Snooze Esports did opt in for that scaling comp last time round, with the Aurora being the flex pick, with it being quite explosive. It's something that will give them a nice flank value, a decent dive, as the Jhin gets locked in to match that. The Bard is not available. You can still think about something that maintains that route, or at least gives you the proc value a little bit easier for the Jhin. It's going to have good range, and I like that, because going into something like a Lucian, who's very short range reliant, and you're sticking all the way back in the back lines, you're not really too worried about it.
Okay, and we're going to put the Karma next to it. I actually would have liked to see something like the Blitzcrank here, but it's just because it's your classic Milio counter where you can just hook him out of position, and the moment he's out of the fight, there's nothing for him to cleanse anymore either, so then the value of the Milio is instantly lost. And we do see that Jhin is a regular answer on Lucian in the past, because Lucian in general, he wants to dash in first, deal his damage with the double auto attack, but if you dash, your mobility is gone. Jhin will just root you into place and start firing at you from afar, so it is a matchup that we see more often. But with the Karma, I'd like to see the aggressiveness, but there's still a lot of ways for Emilio to catch poke, and then you're mostly just locking the Karma here to either get it away throughout the rest of Fearless, because this is still a very high priority champion, and then to add the shield for yourself, so to play a more defensive Karma, and that's the way that we haven't seen her being played for the past couple of months. Like, that's the way that, sure, an Enchanter used to play like that, but Karma is such a lane bully that you want to put your, like, stamp on the early game, and I don't think you're doing that right now.
Yes, you do, and also what you're not going to be getting out value out of is denying the Vive Vault Breaker. There's nothing right now on the side of Snooze Esports that can sort of push that back, stay there, aside from maybe that route with the connect from the Jhin. Obviously, you've got another route, which is the tether for the Karma, but it takes a little bit too long for something like a Vive to really worry about that too much. But you can stick to your opponents quite nicely. You can keep them there, and so follow-up is going to be very important on the side of Snooze Esports. They're going to need something to so to say stick landing, right? And then you can prioritize backline. You can go for some sort of nice disengage, etc. Master Yi will be banned away, as well as something like the Nocturne here. Heavy prio onto Rising in the second ban stage.
So I was thinking that, sure, you still have your late game with Karma, right? Where you do 1500 shield with like a Mantra E, and then it's 1500 shield on everyone, so you can waltz like very easily throughout your enemies. There aren't really any champions here that are incentivized to build something like Serpent's Fang as an anti-shield item to cut down on it if they're not range champions at the very least, because Smart might be able to apply, but it's at least less resist or like less shield that gets shred. But I do see an opportunity here with the Master Yi band for Snooze to maybe lock in something like the Olaf. It's something that we don't see as often anymore in the jungle, but it is once again a champion that can put the pressure up to a Vi in the early stages and is also immune for her seasoned assist in the later stages to actually peel for the rest of the carries when they get targeted. So I'm wondering whether that would be the play.
Ooh, okay.
But for now it's ZNT locking in their champion, and that would be the Azir, and that is what we would like to call in Division 1 a Dolus Classic.
Love to see a great follower. That Heimerdinger, by the way, not a juke. That's something that Guppy did play in game 2 of
There's a Jhin already. There's a Jhin
So
already. He can't do it.
Oh no, of course the Jhin. Oh, it is a juke. I've been juked. Oh no, do you know what? Step back. Right back onto where I was. Dive is what I was going to say. And there it is. Vi and a Azir, they do have great synergy. They have that follow through. They have that dive potential. So that's what we're going for on the side of ZNT, into more of a sort of methodical, just a slow, once we get you low enough, we're going to get the value out of our zoning tools, more so than our true engage here. The Volibear's being locked in still until, you know, that B4, B5 counter value, it's not going to be a flex pick. And there's that lock-in for the Rumble as well. Jungle Volibear, unless we're going back a few seasons.
Rumble in the jungle. It is a skin, so it might still happen, but it is a champion that we've seen also in Division 1, of course, being played since Deathfire Touch. Rumble is disgusting to see from levels 3 to 11. It basically 1v1s, if not 1v2s, a lot of laners.
Or like that.
We see answers like the K'Sante 9 to 10 times into it, because that's just a matchup that's being played often. You see that when you're building magic resist, you're not necessarily winning lane, but you're at least neutralizing a champion like Rumble. And I guess that Ornn can do the same. You can just build an item like the Chaotic Rookern, stay in lane, make sure that you're not dying to a champion like either Rumble or Aurora if they still want to flex it around. But it's not... I feel like the difficulty always with these kind of compositions is that I don't see a lot of DPS on Snooze's side unless the Rumble joins the fight, so it's really difficult to play with the burst, but there's also an Ornn on the other side who can just soak everything and make a lot of room for the rest of the team to play. So I do like an execution style like ZNT's composition more, but it doesn't stray away from the identity you've set up already for Snooze. They like to play that early game from time to time, and well, here we are again. I'm seeing a Rumble, I'm seeing a jungle that can set up, I'm seeing an Aurora and a Jhin with that. If that can make the snowball happen, then we are seeing a 1-1 on the scoreboard in a couple minutes, saying like 20 to 22.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Snooze Esports wants to get themselves into, because going into a third game where you're pretty much 1-1 results in some sort of a best of 3 minus 20 champions, right? You know, they need to get the value out of this game as much as they want, as much as they should. And so we got ourselves the Ornn, we got ourselves the Volibear Brotherhood going on here. That's got to be the most engaged from the side of Snooze Esports on that Volibear value. And of course, you've got some decent follow-up with the Curtain Call, for instance. You have that going for yourself. The zoning potential is quite big. However, like you've mentioned, there isn't a true frontline for Snooze Esports. Not somebody that can beef, tank, and just soak up all of that damage as soon as the team fights happen. And Ornn is no stranger to really have, you know, the best of laning phases because of his 1 base damage, to the way he likes to just stole anybody who's thinking about snowballing something like the Rumble. That's going to be definitely a question to ponder, and as we speak, a few of those will be answered. Game 2 is upon us. Snooze Esports sticking to the blue side once again off the back of their first game that they lost against ZNT, who is looking to repeat history.
I don't think that we've missed anything too fishy in the early stages, since we are going in 1 minute in, whilst the camera is slowly moving. Okay, there we go. Now we're back on track. I am really happy to see this from Snooze. So the adaptation to actually have priority lanes to play with a jungler that can invade aggressively is a really good adaptation. I don't think an Ornn is going to get priority anytime soon. I'm not thinking the same of the mid lane matchup. So if you want to make an invade happen, you have the Volibear who's already clearing the top side, and you can just go into the top side of Hatred, but you have to do it fairly soon. And if we're not doing that, well, then we're just going to a full clear. And, well, I guess that the answer from Snooze is then we want to see if we can make a 2v3 happen on the bot lane, knowing that you're playing against such an aggressive combination of Lucian Milio.
Yes, and the Milio itself, the biggest value really that you're going to get out of your Breath of Life is into a few of those roots. But again, if there's not much CC coming up from the side of Snooze Esports, it's a massive value to have on something like a Breath of Life, the ultimate that the Milio provides. You just deny the stun from the Volibear, you deny the roots, and then all of a sudden there's nothing really else coming your way. So you've got to really be careful with your Snooze Esports. You have to play a decent game as Salaturka, doesn't hit the weirding, does get quiet low. There are heavy trades back and forth, mostly here in this mid lane. A lot of that is going to go Dolus' way.
Looks like Dolus is positioning properly on that Azir. He's shown time and again that it's really dangerous when he takes a stand on this champion. You can tell that even with the early game trades that he only has his Sensorials available. He's already winning some of these trades out to Salaturka. So he's also trying to show a bit more than he did last game, where I feel like the Xin Zhao performance was okay, but you saw that he wasn't really used to the champion, and now we can finally see him make a stand on the champion that he's played so many times over and over again, and he doesn't leave any form of breathing room for his opponent mid laner.
Yeah, breathing room right now being squished a little bit for ZNT as they are being ever so slightly shoved into the tower. You'd argue, you know, a very strong level 2 for something like this Lucian. However, that's now level 3 and you're still dealing with a Karma. And Karma does bully you quite a lot. It's a good bully. However, you've mentioned it in the draft, haven't you, Sim? It's not necessarily paired up with a bully, and so the synergy on it, I see it. It's just going to take some sustained damage. It's not all bursty. The biggest burst, however, you do have the Aurora, and if you disrespect that flank from Salaturka, you certainly will be dealing with more than just a root in your face that Jamie just relentlessly jumps away from.
It's really responsive lane there on the bot lane that Dokai can of course also take the engage out of it with the binding with the W. So it does make sense that this tether is mostly used defensively and not offensively, at least for the early bit of this laning phase. And Rising, oh, he's still here. Smart has to respect it, just being zoned away of this minion wave.
I like it, because at this point, usually a jungler would be back in anyway. You'd looking to start your second clear, which the Vi is up. Smiting those wolves as well will put her even further ahead of something like the Volibear. The Ornn, however, maybe I'm going to retract that statement. It's an Ornn. It's not something like a Jace, like a Jax that's been, you know, starved away from those minions. Being 10 CS down when you don't have to back all that often, you eventually might be all right going off the back of that punish. But again, the Vi is 2 camps ahead. This is going to be a heavy clear for now for the side of ZNT as well as Snooze Esports junglers. They want to get the most out of their first couple of clears into those objectives. Start spawning, and speaking of the devil, we do see the Infernal Dragon. Guppy's been engaged on, having to flash away as he was punished a little bit here.
And a fireball kick could have sealed the deal there if he didn't flash, so good awareness from Guppy that there was basically no other way to get out of that. Do want to see what ZNT now has up their sleeve, since last time they were really quick on the objectives, and now Hatred has to walk all the way from the top side, trying to counter jungle some of the camps from Rising, who was also making his way towards that bot side to maybe look for a contest on the dragon. But the vision has already been established by ZNT, so they know exactly where and when they might be able to start it. They don't have the information on Rising resetting here, but it would be an insane tempo play here with the aggressiveness on the mid lane, the priority they have on bot lane. There is no one really to contest them if they want to go for it.
No, there isn't, and I don't think there's anybody really to contest the Vi, as she will start her first dragon off the back of that Scuttle Crab. There is a nice control ward put in that pit as well, so she knows fully well that nobody would be coming her way, well, at least knows that nobody knows about it. Hatred will get that first objective. We know where Rising is, and so he's just going to be thinking about putting some sort of pressure into that top side. But first, that camp is going to be on his priority. Down in that bot lane, Guppy doesn't have the flash either, so even if the dragon was going to be committed on by Snooze Esports, it's not necessarily the best of prios that they now don't have due to their summoner spell being down on cooldown, off the back of a aggressive laning phase, which is a Lucian, as well as the Milio. You'd expect for that to be going in that manner.
I am looking to see a play from Rising. He hasn't done anything yet but full clear, and Smart is being put under perma pressure, so if Hatsu can get a little bit more damage in, there might even be a dive angle, but Rising not really daring yet. Knowing that last game was also very difficult to get his spacing in, so I'm hoping that he didn't lose his confidence there, because now he also wasted a little bit of time trying to check out the enemy topside, but Hatred, his pathing has been something, like I can't even describe it.
And he's got the level 6 Dokai. That's going to be a seasoned assist onto the Karma, having to flash away the only target that didn't have the flash, so perhaps not really getting the most out of the Jin flash being on cooldown. Curtain Call doing a lot of damage onto Sigma right there, but it won't be taken him out. We yet to see our first blood.
Maybe also, again, communication there. Like, did they call that the AD carry didn't have flash and the support did? At that point, you would say that it's 1 + 1 is 2 and Hatred will go for the right target. Now it's just, well, if they both have flash, just go for the closest target and see if you can make something happen. Good thing in the near future is no one died and the flash now is down for Dokai. So if they find him next time, Hatred will have the information, since it was right in front of his nose, that there is no flash on the support, and they can perhaps force a fight also here at the Void Grubs that have spawned just recently, and we see the pings coming out already.
In the top side, however, Ornn did go back at this point in time, so instead Hatred will be going in and opting in for that full clear, the third one of the game as we speak. Not quite getting the most out of his first 6 either, and this is a Vi. Vi's certainly want to get the most out of their value in the early game, trying to put themselves on the map. In terms of that tempo, that pressure is very, very big. It's going to be instead just a trade of objectives as we speak. That one dragon ZNT has picked up, and 3 Void Grubs. You are looking at not the best of siege comps, so at least denying the Void Grubs is going to be good for Snooze Esports, because ZNT certainly has a little bit more going in that manner. Azir, Lucian, even the Demolish on the Ornn is not a Void Grump, so if Void Grubs comp you want to be given over to, that's going to be a route onto Jamie. Breath of Life having to be used, the calling just to dissuade anything else coming Jamie's way, and that's going to be a push onto the tower, and most likely a reset off the back of it.
Good trade on the bot lane. Jamie and Sigma playing that out very well, also having the knowledge of Dokai's kit and what it can do in such moments. They positioned it out great. Just really unfortunate that we are on timers, that when junglers aren't nearby, it is really difficult to get yourself on the scoreboard. Dolus, on the other hand, is taking this in his own hands.
Turka does have a flash. The tower doesn't quite connect with the auto attacks there, so that's not going to be a kill either. So many close calls here and there. Everybody's trying to make their plays, and we know Dolus loves to be the one to do so.
It does feel like something has to happen somewhere. Like, junglers are hovering, they are also ready for some action, but now that both snooze laners, well, Solo Turka will probably have to respect Dolus' damage a little bit more, but he can't stay here.
Fire and baiting really is what's going to come out of it. A bit of a shuffle right back into safety of Dolus' own tower. Rising has showed up in his first gank as well, and both of the junglers have now done that. One will get the flash, which was quite some time ago now. Dokai's flash is coming available in about a few minutes or so. However, Guppy is pretty much as happy as a Jin can be at this point in the game. You're taking your sweet time. You're down 10 CS.
Oh, but there's
That's going to be a seasoned assist. There is no flash on none other but Dokai, who's going to be taken out. And that's the first blood. They're calling just to push Guppy back. But Jamie is now a happier ADC. Topside, Hatsu will get that Call of the Forge into his face. Flamethrower will be doing some damage, very far away from the tower. Soaring Charge won't get the second knock-up this time round, and really, the bot lane is where everybody's eyes should be at.
Hatsu did just proc his potion, so he still wants to trade this out, but there's no jungler for him, and look at Hatred, he's already making his way back onto the map, so I don't think Hatsu can stay, unless Smart is baiting this out like a real actor.
Yes.
Okay, not happening, sure.
Yeah, he's thinking about it, and he has to be. He is the sole engage. He's the only person that can get in there. So really speaking on that, that thought, Snooze Esports, that's going to be a nice equalizer just to put Hatsu on a better reset. Dragon is now being spotted by Snooze Esports. What you have on this team comp is no real engage, but you can hang on to your engage if you're being, initiated onto. However, in this pit, you will get the dragon. No real movement coming out from ZNT, so nobody on the side of Snooze Esports will actually be punished for it. It's just going to be a trade for the dragons for now.
Yeah, Hatred, of course, entered the map on the wrong side, and also noticed that Dolis was on his reset timer as well, didn't have the TP back in time to help with a fight like that, so better to just let it go and stay farming yourself, so you can at least stay ahead with your gold deficit, that once again has been established by ZNT. It's around 1000 gold at this 12-minute mark. And then I also want to look at the items real quick to see what everyone has been building, like first item power spikes are being reached, ZNT, we see an Essence Reaver on the Lucian, we see the Kianic Rukun, really important for Smart on top lane, where he is struggling a little bit into Hatsu, but now he does have the room that even when he is 20 CS behind, Ornn is such a cool champion that I want to see awareness. If you're in a bad matchup and you cannot get your gold fairly easily, tank support items are so cheap and they're giving such a bang for your buck. There are so many options for Smart to do that here. I really want to see whether he's going to do that or whether he feels like he can still get back into the game, get himself some gold and build some actual tank items if that time is there. But oh, would I feel for something like a Night's Vow here to peel for Dolis or Jamie in the later stages?
Oh yeah, it would make sense between Worlds, Emperor Shuffle, just to get that value across the deal. He goes invincible, but Dolis gets the value out of his positioning. That's going to be a solo bolo in the mid lane.
I think that Dolis just played as clean as it could be. And Snooze has to be careful here as well, not just walking up to Hatred because he does have the season desist available, but just taking it back to what happened on mid lane. Is this even the time that you want to make a quote-unquote cross-map, knowing that there is a jungler on that side when, well, Rising is still on mid lane, behind in tempo, behind in CS, and all he can do is just take up the mid lane wave and see whatever it is that he wants to next. Because I feel like Rising, just like the first game, has been a bit invisible thus far.
Yeah, I would say so for now. And last time around, we saw Rising trying to do as much as he can on that Wukong, but this time around, he's also playing on a bit of a telegraphed engage, maybe a little bit more so now that it's a Volibear. It's going to be difficult for him to do much. He's been able to get that last dragon, and that's it with regard to where Snooze Esports is finding their pressure in this game. However, very early on, 14 minutes as we speak, it's still yet to be written as to where this game might take us for the time being. I just, again, was that thought? Rising. Speaking of him, he will get a flash. That's a respect right
Sigma
there that you want to give your way, but the Stormbringer coming back off the back of the culling as well onto Rising will be pushing him away from any potential revisit into that mid lane, and Jamie as well as Sigma is now they're taking over the mid lane.
I'd also be really afraid if I'm Volibear and I just try to engage onto an Azir and walking back and I see Emilio alone, because there's no way that Emilio is really alone. You see the Lucian just dashes from the shadows, has to take that disengage. And Hatred?
Yeah, he's thinking about going a little bit of a long way round, but the TP is going to keep none other but Hatsu a little bit safer.
They want to play
However,
it?
That's been now, forced out. So that's a summoner spell, but they could turn it around if they want to onto a Herald, and I think that's the best play that Snooze Esports really has remaining off the back of that. In the bot side, the first tower will be taken out. We've seen a similar story last time around where ZNT was able to take a lot of these side towers throughout the entire game. Every single time Snooze Esports was looking for a play.
Smart, still being bullied on top lane.
He is, and there's going to be a lot of damage coming his way, and a decent punish. Also, that's one kill for the side of Snooze Esports, as a tower will most likely follow suit. That's also a Herald picked up, so they've got choices to make. If you're Snooze Esports, you can put that in the top side if you'd like. not really necessary. The tower's already quite low. In this mid lane, we are seeing some Fog of War play, but with a Vision Ward just placed, and Hatred won't be able to get no engage off the back of that.
And still, ZNT is not just leaving it at that. We see that they also made their response play on the bot lane when Dolis took that tower and also crashed the wave. So now the slow push slowly will be turned into a fast push by Salaturka, but there has been a wave that has been donated to the tower. And there's nothing yet to be lost by ZNT, except for top lane, but the tower is still standing. So now Dolis is there as the lone defender, going to give that job back to Smart. But I feel like the map movement once again has been a bit quicker coming out from ZNT. But I'm hoping that does not predict the same outcome as last time.
It is certainly a little bit quicker. Now, there's a push from Aurora, so she gets Prio move into this mid lane, and there's quite a lot happening. As we speak, no, never mind. The Dragon will be turned around on, but not before Salaturka is out of position. Voltbreaker being charged. That's got to be an engage. And now, Snooze Esports, what are you going to do to cross-map play this season? The assist does hit, and Dolis will be able to pick themselves up that pick. But again, going back to that question, what can Snooze Esports really do to match that cross-map play? The Dragon is now going to be initiated on in a 4v5. You are on the ball as we speak. Rising wants to get that charge in, but the root does not connect. Still holding on to the Herald for the time being, but it won't be used yet.
Volibear has such a difficult time closing that gap with the fire kick from Milio. It's so difficult to get through. At least Hatsu is doing some great things on top lane. But Guppy, he's alone.
And a calling, and that might just be it. There is that flash available, but he won't need it because the kill has gone down onto Jamie Hugo this time round. No spells, and that's going to be a retaliation. Good pick up from Rising. Can they keep this going? No. Decent disengage from Sigma. That's going to be a punish onto Jamie.
Good punish. Snooze is getting footing back, but once again, a small disconnect between the AD carry and support of Snooze, so that does give away the initial kill. Just really happy to see that Hatsu is responding so fast, and he still has the equalizer, and we're looking to fight in this corner.
Away from the Voltbreaker by the looks of it, but then another one does connect onto Dokai, who's been taken out. Rising does have the Call of the Forge God coming his way, and he tried to dodge it, but into the fist of Hatred, who is now opening up a play on the map where he will be able to take not just a couple of kills, but also the entire topside jungle.
But have you ever seen such a, well, I don't want to say close team fight, but such an interesting fight happening in the red side top jungle, and at the same time, whilst not even like 2 meters apart, there's just Hatsu saying, sure, you guys fight that, I'll just take the tower in the meantime and I can just walk away because Smart just walked past me and he prefers to use his ultimate for the Volibear instead of stopping me taking the tower. So at least Snooze is getting something back for it.
There's a lot of coming back in Hatred's face right now, between the worlds, being Bold Breaked down. That's a root. However, Season's assist was nicely used just to deny that CC. Good damage coming through. Curtain Call will get that 4th shot. That's a shutdown. Salaturka is very low. However, still fishing. Rising doesn't have the Stormbringer. Will be going down onto a huge Azir Emperor's Divide as we speak. He's not quite done yet. Dolis wants to get right back in there, but it only got the 1-2 kills off the back of that. Still for Zenit IT.
And perhaps we've been saying like too little about this mid laner for ZNT. Dolis has been showing once again a remarkable Azir with his 5-0, almost 20 minutes in. And well, I'm once again so happy to see that he is picking up his pace, because you have to know, this is a player that also played in the Road of Legends during the summer split 2025. Back then he was the mid laner for Once Upon a Team. And here we kind of like try to show him as the prodigy mid laner, since he was doing so much work for his team, and even till this day in the stats of ZNT you can see that the damage numbers of this mid laner are so high. They are the highest that we've seen thus far, even higher than their AD carry, which is something we normally do not see in these kind of compositions when, well, ADCs, they want to be the main character, they want to deal all the damages, but Dolis is able to take on that task for himself, and he keeps, well, doing it every single time. I'm kind of sad to see that, of course, he is in this situation for a potential relegation, but they're all 1-0 up, and then seeing that he is 5-0 on that Azir, I'm really happy to see that he can get that form back, even when throughout the rest of the season it was so difficult for him to get himself to a spot like this.
Oh, he's pulling his weight, all right. 5-0, 2 items within this game. This is a very scary Azir to deal with. And as we speak, he's pretty much taken over side lanes, putting down the towers in between a play that he wants to make and a defensive reposition if he must. That's still going to be a whole jungle taken away from Snooze Esports. And it's not going to matter too much at this point because the Dragon is still 1.5 minutes away. So not necessarily anybody needs to be walking into there from Snooze. But there is another jungle play. Call of the Forge God being connected onto Dokai. Soaring Charge does not, but it won't matter. Who's going to pick up that kill? It will be the mid Milio, as Sigma does pick himself up that for now. However, it's still a kill.
Kill is kill, and we're also looking at item power spikes. Most of the champions on this map are working towards the second item or already have it, so it's still a really nice donation to watch or support that he can also finish that second item just a bit quicker to help you out in some difficult situations when, well, the situation for Snooze is also getting kind of difficult when there's now pressure on the Baron Nashor from ZNT with the falling away of Dokai on the top side of the map. But they're not pulling the trigger yet. They are hoping to maybe bait a fight. That might happen here with
Jamie wants to pick a fight. It might be a scary one because it is a Jamie. Oh, but he gets the auto attacks. He gets the resets, and that's a Jamie AD carry into Salaturka's mid lane. Of course, you've got the element of surprise, but nonetheless, he gets the kill, and off the back of it, there will be a push into that top side.
Okay, Smart. You're 2 levels down, Smart, but you're just doing this for dollars.
But more so from 2 members coming his way because there is dollars still about and praying for that kill.
I guess as a top laner, you would be a little bit confused, like, why is this opponent who's 2 levels down walking up to me so aggressively, and then instantly note yourself, like, okay, Azir is now off the map, something fishy is about to happen, so I better just walk it off. We also now get the gold charts of how much gold everyone has, and you do see that there are deficits, of course, on the mid lane, on the AD carry position, as expected from ZNT, but still a lot of agency, you'd say, from Hatsu, who's also 3,000 gold ahead, respectively.
Yep.
So I'm hoping that Hatsu can join some team fight soon, because now they're just kind of bleeding dry, and Hatsu is also overextending, knowing that your opponent is on Dragon, and therefore nearby.
Yeah, you're definitely not going to be able to get away with this one. The question is, what do you get out of it? You get to commence and use that TP. That's going to be a cooldown that you no longer have. A TP is used, however, at the cost of course, the Dragon. And ZNT is going to be very happy off the back of that one. I would just want to say, these side lanes are so spectacular for ZNT. They're pretty much everywhere they need to be to shove out these waves as they crash into those towers, and it's so difficult for anybody like Hatsu to actually get the value of his side lane, of which he wants to do the most of. We do have Hatred going in, missing that Ballbreaker Equalizer, going to split this team fight in half, and because of the Call of the Forge God not quite getting its value yet, and that is going to be a disengage. Sorry, that's a Curtain Call not quite getting its value, because everybody did in the end get to walk away.
Snooze really want to make use of the fact that Smart was still left behind on the bot lane to clear out that wave, so hopefully they'd be able to take over a 4v5 situation, but the damage is still just a little bit lacking, with Rising on the flank also not being able to take as much damage
going in between the worlds. Now you've got to deal with the Vi. Hatred does have the seasoned assist, but as you want to commit, no, that's one kill that you wouldn't expect coming your way if you're ZNT, because Snooze Esports haven't really been able to put themselves online within this game. Salaturka has just taken out the Milio. Still, it's a support, but at the end of the day, Hatsu is still down in this bot lane. No TP this time round. He might be in some trouble. Jamie is going to be very happy picking himself another kill. Fash having to be used there. Wasted a lot of time, but I think the eventual demise of this Rumble in the jungle will be the same. It's just a question of who really gets that kill, and it's going to be Jamie. His 5th kill of the game as we speak.
Is that then the go button, you'd say, for Snooze on the mid lane? Like, they are hovering with 3 players, and you would like to get a response, knowing that ZNT is investing 2 players into just a singular kill for such a long time. but they do not get a response, and now it's back onto ZNT to go over with their priority. Dollars
round. Emperor's Divide does connect onto that tower. Salaturka is doing what we just saw coming out from Hatsu. Again, nowhere to run. Only a question of who will get that bounty. That's not really a bounty, that's a kill, however. Dollars is here. Now, you do have 2 players that are picking up most of these kills. At the end of the day, if ZNT has won, Azir not around in a team fight, or Jamie goes down, a lot of that money and potential is not
there. He goes.
He will get a lot of shield coming out from the Mantra E as we speak. Rising is around the corner, thinking about an engage, but into who, really? I don't think Jamie's going to be going in any further after that calling.
I feel like Jamie is actually building towards the Serpent's Fang. I am seeing a Dirk and a pickaxe in his inventory, and I don't think like it's a fourth. Is it the 4th item collector angle? You rarely see it these days. Could still happen. But they need to find a way to also be dealing with that Karma Shield, which becomes bigger and bigger. Although, well, you are still ZNT, you are in the driver's seat, you are 3,000 gold ahead, and that's without accounting for the ornament stats, seeing that they're already available on 4 out of 5 members, and it won't take that much longer for Smart to hit level 17. And when that happens, you have like 5,000 gold and extra stats applied on your team to take over these later team fights, and it is with also 3 dragons on the board, 1 hex tech, 2 mountain and a mountain soul to boot, when that will commence in about 1 minute and 20 seconds. But ZNT for now establishing that control once again over the area.
Yeah, and it's coming around 1.5 minutes less. Already, as we see, ZNT is just putting all of their vision down. They don't want to have any surprises coming their way, because again, Soul Dragon is certainly on the menu. We do see some sort of value still maybe coming out from Snooze as the engage will be coming in. Stormbringer, however, not quite getting the engage. The flash has been used. Colling using a lot of damage. Sees an assist onto Rising. Will he go down? The Mantra Shield will secure him Hatred. A little bit too much than he could chew in that regard. Sovereign Charge does get the knock up. Smart is now the next target, as that's not going to be happening. Flashing away from the root, but the curtain has been called, hitting in 1 shot. Next one onto Sigma. Definitely going to go down. Breath of Life just until not. Weirding is going to still doing a lot of damage. Salaturka's not quite done yet. Jamie doesn't have the flash. He does have the barrier. Good damage coming out from Jamie. Dollis is but does he get the value from his ultimate? Yes, kind of. Jamie didn't really have the flash to follow up on that one, so very aggressive. And that's 18 seconds before the soul fight.
But what just happened? ZNT thought that they just had everything in their own hands and they can commit for these kind of dice, but they clearly cannot.
I want to see what we're cooking here, and you're still walking into a soup because Salaturka has got that big value of his ultimate. Again, the Between the Worlds, the curtain call, it's a massive soup of damage, right? But you're walking into a train. You're walking into Smart. You're walking into the Vi. There is so much coming your way, so you sort of have to make it count. The Dragon is now being initiated on, however, the junglers have arrived. Rising and Hatred, who's going to get that smite, and we're not going to be thinking about that yet, as Smart is taking a lot of that bronze.
Look at Sigma, though!
Onto Guppy, not quite doing enough damage until the Call of the Forge God does get that knock up. We are still fighting for the Dragon as Guppy goes down. We have a lot of great engage, but the Mantra Shield does so much to deny that initial. It's going to be taken nonetheless. The soul has been secured, and it will follow through with a few more kills and almost an ace.
And I almost wanted to say something around the absolute cinema of what's happening. Snooze, it almost looked like they found themselves a foot back into the game when they could have taken priority over the Dragon. But the fact that Jamie was lingering around, just playing with them until backup once again arrived off the resets, allowing Hatred and the rest of the team to respawn, and know that ZNT, beforehand they were fighting without taking a reset. Getting that free kill, sure, it's 1,000 gold injection on the other side, but you still have to go to base to spend it. And they got to do that, even though they died. So now, ZNT was stronger on the map, Snooze still tried to fight it, and in the end it all comes back, blown in their faces, and ZNT back into a winning position.
It's an absolute huge turnaround, and it came off the back of so much patience, like you mentioned, from ZNT. They just held on. They waited for the crucial moments where somebody was caught out. Guppy was split apart from what he could call home, and that Call of the Forge God hit like the train that this team comp provides. again, going back to that analogy, Snooze Esports needs to fight in a close-quartered fight. They've got so much cooking within that circle. You just got to throw in all of those ingredients into that soup and just make the most out of it. Between the worlds, the equalizer, the curtain call. But how are you going to be able to do that when the entire fight is just split apart? So many members not quite able to get the value of what Snooze Esports wants to do best. And ZNT is certainly going to be playing at their best, because you are now watching a second game absolutely going their way off the back of an engage as we speak. Smart is going to feel the brunt of it. All of the Forge God is not going to be used yet, but the curtain call will be, and there that is the flank onto Guppy, because he's been stationary on the curtain call. Now all of a sudden you're seeing domino pieces falling one by one. Another triple kill coming from Jamie. Make that a quadra kill for the ADC on the side of ZNT, who is now standing strong as a 4-man push. Snooze Esports won't be seeing the light of day, but ZNT will go to match point.
And I'm going to use your analogy as well. Soup is nice to eat, but in general it's a starter. And who's serving the dinner tonight? It is ZNT with their performance. Like, they're always back on those chases. Nice that you're trying to serve first, but dinner is always second. And second to none this time around. Then ZNT setting themselves on the second spot. The second point towards that match. That will also put them then on that match point.
Yes. Wow, what a way to do it. Again, very decisive on the map pressure, very decisive on the movement. Macro is currently unmatched in this series onto ZNT. Snooze Esports is struggling, committing onto maybe the right plays, but once they do, it's too late sort of a scenario for ourselves, and we don't want to overcook, okay? At some point, you know, when you keep on pushing in, that fire is going to get big, and the boiling itself is going to just throw everything aside. That was an amazing game. Game 2 off the back of that for ZNT, going in strong into this best of 5, fighting for their own organization, for themselves as players, as a team, to stay and keep their dreams alive within these relegations, because that's what this is for them. They're not promoting nowhere. That's Snooze Esports' job. And right now, ZNT is denying it beautifully. We've got ourselves a few more games, maybe. If Snooze Esports doesn't capitalize on the next, it won't be the case. It will be our last. So we'll find out after this short break. And we're back for what could be the final pause that we'll witness, right? And that is a scary thought if you're Snooze Esports, but not if you're ZNT. And they're having an amazing run right now within this entire series. They're fighting so much so for that position. And Sim, man, I think you're the best person to really throw the idea of what ZNT has really become. You've said it best. They are now showing up at this point in the Road of Legends spring split.
It is, I feel like it kind of has to do with the fact that our spring split started so quickly after winter ended. So a lot of teams had maybe really little time to practice with new rosters and therefore maybe weren't on the same line just instantly. Because we know that players like Hatred, they've also played in other ERLs before, they've also played in the Benelux before, and then back then they had some really good results. Like, take a note of the fact that I believe the lineup that Snooze won in that winter tournament, the last one we had of the old TOs, had Hatred in their lineup as their jungler. So he is playing against his old organization, and he has been at the top. So why isn't he there anymore? But that basically does show that throughout the entirety of Spring Split, a lot of teams have improved. And if you've seen the end of season, or like the end of split standings, where we did see that, well, Myth didn't have to play playoffs. Once ZNT had already, they knew that they were going to prepare for this. And then we had the playoffs with MCON, with Once Upon a Team, but also with Dynasty Senshi. We've also seen there that during playoffs, our number 6 seed was the team that was eventually going off to EMEA Masters as our 2nd seed. So a lot of teams apparently did need a lot of time for that acclimation to get used to each other. And now we are seeing a ZNT what could have been, and perhaps also a ZNT that if they stay within Division 1 should, in my opinion, stay together and is just some really good ground to start building upon.
Absolutely, and what could have been is happening in front of our eyes as we see so much good synergy. Even that seasoned assist, just to deny that route right there from that Guppy range kill, and just an amazing flank once again from Dollis, coming in at the perfect time to break the fight that was going Snooze's way apart, right? Here, we did see the biggest of maybe flusters coming out from ZNT, as maybe perhaps they got a little bit too confident, despite them, removing a few kills off the back of it as well. And it's going to be a few of those auto attacks, really, that finished the job in the end. And it was a decent play from, again, Salaturka just coming online here very well. And then we saw Dollis coming in again, and he does not fail. Even having to go into that route there, still able to do what he wanted, to stun Suri. Very good performance all across the board.
The last one felt like a bit of a limit test, like he knew he was really far ahead, and knowing that he doesn't have vision over the bush and barely places the soldier outside of it, denies him vision, and then gets him killed in the end. But we're also in a position that perhaps you can think of the fact that you are making these limit testing plays, because, well, what happened beforehand, you could also just dub as a limit test Hatred going in and see, can we win the fight here on onwards? Because we know, even if you are staying on the map, Jamie had started such a good play to stay on the map and not allow Snooze to even walk up to the dragon, that you do get the dragon flip in the end. And well, ZNT still being ahead, having the Baron buff, you just close the game of it. That does lead me back to Snooze in the end, because that's the team that's now the runner-up, and they are backs against the wall. Like, there is no other game that you can, well, wait for. Like, this has to be it, and after this you have to do it 2 more times to make a reverse sweep happen, which wouldn't be the first one in the Benelux this year, but it is something that is sometimes really difficult, because there's also the mentality going into it. Like, the other side has this really positive flow of already having 2 wins in a row, and then I'm mostly looking at a player like Rising, who has been rather invisible. I feel like, from what I've heard from you and what I've heard from other people within the Benelux Ascent series, that he is a really, he can be a really aggressive early game jungler, and I haven't seen that yet. I've seen him be a bit maybe insecure, just full clear into full clear, and hope like magically there is an opening where he can gank. And I now want to see him hopefully on a champion where it isn't magic, where there is a spot to gank, where you can hard force it yourself, look at the minimap, and I don't care whether this is Lee Sin or a Jarvan or something else. I just want to see Rising show what he can do in the early game and show signs of life for Snooze that way, because now it's just not it.
Yeah, and on top of that, also, I'm not seeing what I've sort of grown used to on the side of Snooze Esports. So I'm still seeing a lot of good plays, but I am waiting for that awakened value here coming through. And this is going to be the first time Snooze Esports is on the red side in this entire series, as that's going to be a B1 Orianna yet to make it through the bans, and it will be given up by Snooze Esports. However, matched very quickly by this dive comp idea with the Nocturne and the Ari.
They know that the Wukong is already out of the equation because of game number 1, so all they have to do is pick away the Nocturne to have all combinations accounted for, since Jarvan is out. But is that really every single combination? Like Hatred, we've seen that he has kind of an exotic champion pool, and sure, well, Vi is gone as a delivery system, but maybe something like a Rek'Sai we see much more often in the solo queue environment. It's a champion we've also seen in the Benelux before. There are still a handful of possibilities there to make that delivery system happen, and while Orianna is a champion that we normally just see as your classic red side ban, because you do not want to give it over. So the fact that I'm seeing this in ZNT's hand already is making me kind of scared for what this game is going to entail.
Yes, it's a very good pickup. Maybe it's something that Snooze Esports wants to be fed into their hands, because it's still an immobile mage. The Jarvan, however, being banned away, you don't have that value of, you know, the Cataclysm that always gets the flash away from the Orianna. Instead, something that does that very well as well is, of course, that Nocturne, but into a very good pick on that Lulu. Bess is going to be locked in. That is more so going into that top side. Renekton most likely followed up with those bans. We're yet to see it in this series. It's going to be hovered for now, and it's not obviously the honest of matchups for something like the Unbested top side, and that will at least give away the cards of what Hatsu will be doing. And speaking of Hatsu, I will say this is a player that puts so much side lane pressure leading up to every single game that I've seen him play on, every series, that it's difficult to match what he's doing in these side lanes. I've not quite seen that as of yet. I've seen interesting picks, like something like that Xingqiao in the mid lane that was for ZNT, but we also saw the Wukong in the first game for Hatsu, and that's a throwback now because we're in game 3 draft as we speak. The Heimerdinger, however, who will be respected.
I'm really happy to see something like a Heimerdinger ban. There's so much respect on Guppy already, even after his showing after last year. I also feel like the Ambessa might potentially be picked for the fact that Ambessa jungle is still a thing. Like, sure, her ultimate has been nerfed in cast time a little bit, but her damage numbers on basic abilities have been buffed in return, so the champion is still very viable. And it is, once again, a way to get a ball into the backline. So, once again, ball delivery system denied by Snooze Esports towards ZNT. Same thing goes for the Camille ban. Like, the Renekton is mostly there for lane. So the options are getting more limited and more limited for ZNT. Well, Snooze, I feel like they have a really decent read thus far on this draft. But now they have to show us what will happen in that bot lane. This Heimerdinger has now been banned. The guy's been... We're going for a R5 bot lane / AD carry pick. Like, that's something that rarely happens, but Snooze is gonna do it. They know that Guppy is also a star player.
Yep, and they've got everything they need to know in front of them. The entire identity of ZNIT's comp has been pretty much locked in those first 3 picks. You're yet to pick up something that is that frontline value, and that's going to be the Kayasante off the back of that into the Ambessa. Again, a very nice stalling factor for the side of ZNIT, because the Ambessa really wants to get the most out of her early game. The roams are definitely something that we will be seeing. Such a great value coming through. We did see Neferi buffs most recently, and I have been seeing her coming around here and there, and that's gonna be the jungle shockwave delivery system for Adolis to execute his wombo combo.
They still managed to find a champion that can do it. If it isn't for the Kayasante that can also go into the backline with his all out, and it is for that Neferi. And then the answer for Snooze is that, well, there is so much dive potential, scary things for a backline ADC, they will go with the Xayah. Well, I get it. Like, Xayah is nice to give yourself some survivability, but then now I'm starting to see some issues with who is going to start, let's say, dealing with the Cassante, because Cassante will stay in your face even if you use the Featherstorm, like this champion. He will not yield, he's saying it himself, difficult to fight. And then it is also against that Zeri Lulu bot lane, and we also just have to talk about these champions in particular, since we haven't seen Zeri in a while. We've most of the time have said that Yunara has become the better Zeri, so why would you even pick her? But Zeri, with some buffs, like a couple patches in a row, has now established herself also in a position where, well, where we saw the Senna before, starting with Doran's helmet. Zeri can do the same thing. Zeri can become very tanky in the early stages, very difficult to punish, and get herself onto a point where, well, in a team fight, all you have to do is use the crash down, start auto-attacking. Even if you hit a minion, the lightning crashes will just keep damaging other enemies anyway. So it is a really difficult one to deal with. And then I feel like Snooze, even on the red side, have not really utilized their counter pick to what you can utilize a counter pick for. So it's a difficult one. I really want to see Snooze win a game. I want to see this series actually become a series.
I want to
but
see game 5.
ZNT, they just look like they're locked in.
Yeah, ZNT's not wasted any time. They've certainly showed us what happens when you give over way too many objectives, way too much side lane pressure. And again, Hatsu is somebody that I'd expect to not be at the brunt of that, rather than at the front of it, right? To be able to push that into his team's advantage. And I don't see that yet coming out from Snooze Esports. So Hatsu is yet still, for my in my view, is yet to fill in those shoes. That's going to be something that we'll find out as to where it will take us, of course. And down in that bot lane, you still have a Lulu to deal with, who is just such a nice, safe pick to have for the Orianna, for the Zeri, who's going to have a great time in these team fights. Polymorph value into Hatsu's Mbessa whenever he gets that public execution dive. And speaking of dives, wow, okay, this is a red side comp, and it is all about not the wombo combo deliveries, it's about getting into that backline and removing you one by one. We got that Nocturne, the Ari follow, great stuff, and of course the Mbessa. It's gonna have to come to fruition, and it's gonna have to happen now, as ZNT versus Snooze Esports in Game 3, and what could be the very last time that Snooze Esports will be having a go at promoting into Road of Legends after their very dominant Benelux Ascent Series run. But this is showing us levels. It's showing us what these two leagues are really about, and the gap right now in this series is quite big.
And heads up, Snooze, you're not down for the count yet, but you have to make it happen 3 games in a row now. And I'd like to see them do it with something like a Nocturne with the dive, like you said. But then the follow-up from the Xayah, perhaps a little bit of a disconnect, can make it even more difficult to get in those kind of situations.
Good point. Xayah wants to play on the back foot. She plays kiting very well, but she does that by moving back so that you get your feather value in the best way possible. As
15-minute rule.
We've got Rising coming around. There's a Smite coming none other but Rising's way, punishing Hatred at that level 1. That's the sort of play that will put you into the mid stage of this game.
Finally, seeing that from Rising makes me really happy. It's also, of course, from a Benelux content creator. Kirai is trying to spread the information of the 15-minute rule, where you try to dodge enemy vision by walking correctly and then invading them on their first buff. And, well, Rising did that perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely did. And so much confidence around it, because the value behind risking and not getting the play that you want as a very good level 2 trader will be coming out in the bot side is so huge, right? If you go wrong and risk that entire play, your game is all of a sudden so much more difficult to come back into. But this is a Nocturne who gets the level 2 faster. He gets to clear out the Wolves as well, leaves the Grump, and will have his entire jungle for himself, where Hatred wants to play in a very similar manner as something like the Nocturne, right? Because you've still got that dive value, you've still got that burst as soon as you go in, with a few resets to follow up with the Coal of the Pack. But again, it's going to be all about these two junglers and who's going to be a little bit faster on that approach.
There's still a lot of questions around that, like will Hatred get an idea that Rising's top lane or topside jungle is still standing? Well, Hatred is at first going to try and invade his botside jungle, knows he has the priority from Jamie and Sigma, but I feel like Guppy and Dulce can still walk there fairly quickly.
Yeah, he's doing it. He's walking right into it with so much chest. You know, he wants to be around here, and so does the rest of the team.
Everyone's there.
Smite, and it's actually going to be still secured. That's a flash right in onto Jamie, who's now in trouble going over the wall. He won't be going down anytime soon. He's so low. No first blood will come through off the back of that. But Hatred is now trying to force out a few of those daggers. The first one won't connect, the second one won't have the same value. So again, top side, Smart going in.
No mana.
That's going to be a good secure on the blue buff. Rising, finding those smites.
And Smart now has to be careful, I just said it. Smart has no mana. Hatsu has all the energy he needs to punish this Cassante. So thus far I'm liking what I'm seeing from Snooze. I'm kind of sad to see that Salaturka hit his charm on one of the few champions that doesn't have to use flash to get out of that situation, because Jamie can just dash over the wall and then there's no one really there to follow up on it. But you are setting yourselves on the map. We are seeing some signs of life, and I think for one of the first times within the entire series we see Snooze, even though it's only 300 gold, on a gold lead on the scoreboard, and that gives us that little bit extra that we might actually have that series upon our hands.
It's breathing room. It's what Snooze needs, I think, the most right now. They need some sort of a pick-me-up, because the series is now, you know, game 3. They've not been able to do what they wanted up until this point. So this is a very good start. Despite nobody really going down yet, it's little wins like that that boost your morale if you're Snooze Esports right now. And I know these guys very well. They are certainly not going to have anything come in their way, especially at such a high stakes tournament where it's all on the line for them to just get themselves back as an organization into Road of Legends, because we've seen them around these parts before and are trying to do it again. It's going to happen with a few good plays for Rising. Hatred wasn't quite able to punish that, but I like the confidence. I like what was the idea behind it. However, we're now forcing those level 6s, and Rising is going to get that paranoia online a little bit sooner than Hatred would.
I am really happy to see... Ooh, well, never mind, we're just trading on top side. Smart.
Heavy trades all out, coming through. Public execution doesn't quite connect. We did see those nerfs, of course. That's a flash Katofa strike. Katsu is getting down quite low, but a few of those Katofa strikes being denied. Nice side steps. Is this one going to connect? Yes, it will, and it might just be a flash over the wall, thinking about re-entering it, or maybe perhaps putting yourself right back where you're quite safe. Hatsu's very low, but there is no mana for Smart. That is a very good trade for Hatsu, waiting just enough in time before he was able to flash away.
Oh, we're fighting bot as well.
Coming around another level 6. Sorry, the Smite battle this time around. Rising is going to be going down for it. He does get the Smite so far for free on that against Hatred, but Hatred does get the first blood, and that is an amazing story that we've just seen.
I'm just seeing fighting left, right, and center, and I love it all the way through. Hatred even just extending his pressure here with Sigma, trying to get Doka and Guppy in a position where they also can't play the game. I like this. And Smart, yeah, okay, good. I was hoping that he wouldn't be doing that, because that's still an Ambessa with energy, and you have no mana.
Yeah, Rising is back. He won't be able to get that scuttle, so that means he has to go all the way back up to his Krubbies. Nope. Krugs. There you go. Got it in the end. That's going to be a full clear for himself, but eventually a level 6 as well. Nice trade. by Salaturka. Again, this is an Orianna lane. It's more so about the value of getting prio, moving faster into those skirmishes, into those rivers, or getting a nice gank where you can get that delivery value from the Call of the Pack, as well as that shockwave that Neferi, Hatred, and Dolus on this Orianna have got going for themselves. There are some scaling champs, however, into this game, and for the most part, obviously, we've got a tank. We know fully well that that's going to outscale something like Hatsu at some point. He's going to be a front line, but not a true one at some point in this game. So it's not like the Kei-Sante outscales. It's more so that Hatsu doesn't scale as, over a point, etc. However, then you've got Zeri, and Zeri is going to be a very burst-heavy engage if ZNT can give her a few of those early kills.
I feel like a champion like Mbessa will always have value within the team fight if you can get onto a backline character and just blow them up, because that's something, well, Mbessa moments, we've seen them at Worlds before, they've won World Championships, so, well, that's what the champion can do, but you have to coordinate it properly with something like the Nocturne as well, because you cannot just allow your Mbessa to get polymorphed, and then when the Nocturne follows up and your Mbessa already falls away, then the Nocturne is there by himself, whilst maybe Nocturne can tank a little bit more damage at first, allowing the Mbessa to continue the chase when the Nocturne goes in first. So it really is on execution.
Answer on the void drops going right in for that 2v1 value, and it will be getting the Katofu strikes. Rising having to flash away, but the tower almost removing him. I think he got one void drop off the back of that one. No, yes, he did. So he's very low on HP, however.
We're going still.
Public execution right onto Smart, who is going to deny a lot of that damage. Auto attack doesn't quite connect, but the shield value will give him enough time to survive and eventually get the kill onto Smart, who got a lot from that. Despite going down, he still made Snooze Esports really work for it.
I want to see Hatsu, like, no matter what the result is today, in Division 1 next season. On next split. And the reason why I'm saying that is that whilst Snooze is down 2-0, he's been winning his lane consistently. So he's been showing that his laning phase is very oppressive and very well played. This is a player that, even when Snooze doesn't make it today, shows a lot of potential when maybe being helped in training in what are you doing after your laning phase. But just laning phase wise, he's been showing ropes to Smart, who's been, well, I don't want to call him a veteran, but he's been around the scene for a bit already.
Yeah, and I'm just going to say it, off the back of the Grand Finals, I did pick up one player, and that was Hatsu that my MVP went to, and there was a reason for that, and Hatsu is definitely a stellar performer. He's got so much confidence, he's always playing on that strong side, even on a weak side, and he's constantly putting pressure down and giving it his all, and that's all you really need to do at this point. That's all that you will have to give, because of how crucial this game is for Snooze Esports right now. A lot of those objectives have been secured for Snooze Esports as we speak. That's going to be 2 of them. 1 minute before, just less, and then 1 minute before the next dragon as well as we speak. Topside, very heavy trades. The Spectre is going to be loving this brawl between one another. Hatsu does have a flash coming around the corner. That's going to be a Pop Blossom and another onto bot. The Orianna Dokai, a little bit slippery on that approach. I didn't even see it, and I got to experience a good punish.
It is quite unfortunate that I believe the rhyme doesn't really work in English, but like in Dutch we have a rhyme when it comes to Nico that you have to count the minions, and that's something that Dolus definitely didn't there. Should have known that there is one more minion in that wave than there was supposed to be. And then Dokai just comes up with a surprise.
Went to the market, right?
Yeah, basically it comes down to it in the end. And now Snooze with that priority is trying to get the dragon, but Hatred, it feels like he just wants to contest everything today. So here, it wouldn't even surprise me if he goes for it.
Yeah, he's going to be thinking about it. He's got the Blast Cone, 2000 HP on the dragon. It's all about the smite. He's not gonna commit, but honestly, that dagger was so close to taking that objective because Salaturka is the one to secure it in the end. But the story has been written, set in stone, that that's 2 dragons now picked up for Snooze Esports. They are certainly having their best game yet. However, from our eyes, we see a little bit more detail, and that's the gold. The gold is dead even. If anything, ZNT is slightly ahead.
ZNT is slightly ahead, and it mostly comes off some of the lanes when
He's
Hatsu...
use that tower, won't be hitting anything, but Smart wants to keep on going. The Kotoku strike wasn't really connecting, flashing in onto another one. Public Execution has been just footstepped away from, but we do have Hatred, and that will be it, really, unless Hatsu got what it takes. He still has the flash, realistically, but he's not going to be able to get away from that one. Good punish from Hatred, despite those dragons and objectives being pretty much on for Rising. He has been able to punish Hatsu's overcommitted engage in that top side.
Almost wanted to call out an official Mbessa moment, because if that outplay was reached by Hatsu, then I feel like that's only a champion like Mbessa can do. You can see that the nerfs on the public execution are already doing their fair job when there's 2 for 2 missed ultimates already from him. But hey, he's still in a good position. I was mostly looking at other parts of the map, namely, well, Hatred, who was of course there to help him. Now 2 kills already when it comes to being strong, and that is after he got invaded by Rising, so he managed to pick up the pacing back again, and now he's in a position where he's 2-0 on the Naafiri, and I feel like most of the generated gold lead is coming off of that champion. He will just keep getting stronger and stronger with the Voltaic Cyclosword already in pocket, and I feel like a lot of spare just pocket money anyway. The moment this champion takes a reset, I think ZNT are once again in a position that if they want to contest the objectives, it's your classic, oh, we give 2 dragons and take the rest.
That's a charm, and a paranoia being used as well, but there is eviscerated over the wall as we speak, and of course that's in the hands of Hatred. Shockwave will be connecting as well onto Rising, and we will be taking him out. I really like that from ZNT. They needed to find a pick, and might be thinking about something else, Jamie. Definitely in this roam into that mid lane. However, at the bot lane, Guppy has been left by himself. Darkai now having to use the root to disengage what seems like Hatred wanting to punish Guppy Zaya, who's been able to grab a few plates off the back of that as well.
That's of course the benefit that you have as a bot laner. If you do not match the rotation of the other side, you can just get some plates, get some gold, and play a little bit more for yourself. But you see that he has been struggling at lane a tiny little bit because he's still behind in the CS counter. Classic top lane, right?
Yeah, and I love it. I absolutely love it. I'm a top laner at heart. I've recently moved my Aatrox into the jungle. 5 years of OTP in Aatrox. Yep. I don't sleep at night. But top lane is true, to what I love from League of Legends. And seeing Hatsu and Smart going at it constantly is always fun to see. For a moment there, I was like, hold on a minute, where did Hatred go? Tunnel vision that thought a little bit. He's back in base, but he's not going to be wasting too much time because he's going right back into that bot lane. Thinking about a gank.
So looking also at the objective timer, Dragon in 130, so if he gets this kill, it doesn't do a lot except for, well, get some pressure to set up some vision.
Does get rooted there, no engage, because of course Hatred is now back in. The spotted daggers are doing so much damage. Featherstorm is available, not quite getting the Pop Blossom knockup, but does get the flash. TP is going to be also used, so a summoner spell for a summoner spell in that regard. It's just a matter of who's going to be more important. Then 1 minute into the next dragon, I'm pretty sure that's going to be one at least to count. Hatsu, all out. And public execution, this one does connect. It's just a back and forth. Not without Rising coming into the top side.
Rising got forced
really
off.
Want to use he does want to use the paranoia. I'm going to retract that statement. He goes right in, and he does get the smite as well, denying that. Herald on point with these smites right now, but who's going to be punishing Rising in this pit as we speak? He does have the flash. He's going to go right over, but so is Hatred, who's going to be picking himself that kill, and that's a reset onto the call of the pack. He's thinking about those daggers, doing a lot of damage on the second proc, not quite connecting. Hatsu will walk out of it. Rising won't.
Hatred has woken up today with a mission, and that's making sure that ZNT does not relegate at all costs. And how is he doing that? Like, 2 games in a row, I've been calling top gap on Hatsu, but the jungle div is being put down by Hatred, just showing Rising that even when he gets invaded, he knows how to pick up his pacing back again, and you can see it pace out in that 2000 gold lead that, well, is not just the gold lead from Hatred, but also the gold lead that ZNT has over Snooze. So he is the main playmaker, he is making everything happen. And already 2 items strong now on the Naafiri, just going in, going out, going in, weaving everything perfectly how the champion should do it. Now also on the Dragon, full priority on both sides. This jungler is also a sight to behold when he gets put online. And I'm really, well, once again happy to see that players from ZNT do not feel defeated by the result of this split, but it also fuels their passion of showing more, showing better, improving every single day. And you can tell that Hatred is a prime example with both his champion pool, but also his performance of today with that.
Yeah, definitely. Hatred. Not to say that's a big word. I'm not saying he's hating on anybody right now, but he's definitely, like you said, woken up with a side of hatred on the side of the bed here, and he's now channeling that energy into a 4-0 Neferi and having a very good time within the first couple of minutes of this game as we speak. The situation on the Dragons has reversed ever so slightly as compared to game 2, where ZNT was able to pick up the 2 and the Snooze was able to get the 1, sorry. That's now in the hands of Snooze Esports, but not with a retaliation in that pit, because the Infernal Dragon, of course, did just go over. We're about 18 minutes into the game. It's a much slower game than what game 2 was. I feel like at some point it really ramped up, but at this point it was quite heavy already. And again, that's off the back of Snooze Esports getting a lot, and this is going to be a paranoia to support the all-out engage from, of course, the case Sante. As smart does hit the Katofu strike and is going to be able to get that 1v2. Thinking about a 2-kill engage. He's actually doing so much here, but we do have Tokai coming around the corner to help out Rising because he needed it. He's going to be able to maybe get away. The route doesn't connect and he just gets out alive. So much more value is going to be put onto the map as a cross-map play is being done in the bot lane as well.
Looking for the dive of Hatsu. We are indeed 3 members strong, so whenever they want to commit, they can start it, and Hatred wants to go for it.
Goal at the back, trying to use the Umbessa ultimate there just to deny some sort of that initial damage, but it's now going to have to flash away from the dagger, finds the back, stabs it right through, and that's going to be a 40-second death timer. No dragon coming up around the corner, so we won't be resulting in any real objectives, but the towers do not respawn.
And you've just said that, oh, we have like practically a little bit of a slower game on our hands. And the moment you say that, like everyone just starts fighting across the map, even here on mid lane.
Good job. However, it is smart. He's quite tanky. He's happy to, you know, be able to take the brunt of that damage if he finds an angle. But there is... Nope, Dokai, I was thinking he's a minion again. A little bit obvious this time round for him to be doing so. So he is certainly just going to be walking away without that coming his way. Hatred does find Salaturk. I may have to force Spirit Rush, which is going to be a nice ability pickup here. Now, that's not available. Again, no real objective aside from the Baron. 20-minute Barons have happened in Benelux quite a few times, so we're no strangers to that idea. Instead, it's, I think, all about these towers and pushing these lanes, getting these plates, getting as much of this map opened up as possible.
They have indeed happened quite a bit, but you also have to remember in the end we are still in the Benelux region, and it has come to such a point that we even have a nickname for it. We call it the Benelux Baron, trying to start a Baron whilst all enemy members are alive and well and hoping you can just flip it. I don't think it's necessary for either side at this point, but if we'd see it, I would still just say it's classic, it just happens, you just have to get used to it. Teams just do this from time to time, but it doesn't look like we're going for it right now.
Not yet, but we will be going for another play. This time around visited by Hatred yet again, going in for that public execution, but he's outnumbered. He's too heavy in that side lane, which I did say Hatsu loves to be playing around, and there's going to be a paranoia going in, but Viscerate does deny, and vulnerable is what the theory is going to be going into. That's going to be a Sofa Strike, a couple of those connecting. That's going to be the knock-up that he needed as well, and a good kill onto Hatsu. They can definitely now turn it around, and all of a sudden, you're looking at Snooze Esports having a very good start to the game, but now being 3,000 go down.
Also, again, a really smart play by Sigma, shadowing there, making sure that there's no wards or vision on him, making the enemy think, oh, Snooze, you're fighting a 2v2, perhaps you can do this. No, Lulu was here all along, saving the Neferi with shielding and the ultimate wild growth, polymorphing Rising, making sure that he cannot retaliate in damage, and that way you divide the map once again really, really smartly. And that's something that I then would prefer to say of the top laner from ZNT, but I guess it's just everyone in ZNT is just activated.
They are, and I'm going to throw it back to perhaps the Xayah pick, which doesn't quite synergize with what the identity of this team comp for Snooze Esports is, which is a dive, right? You sort of want to have some survivability. I understand the Feather Storm does provide you that, but at some point, you're not fighting fire with fire. And I think that's maybe the best thing that Snooze Esports has going for themselves now. So instead, they're going to have to give up another dragon. That's 2 dragons back-to-back for the side of ZNT, as opposed to, of course, Snooze Esports also doing that in the early game. So at least slowing down what could have been a soul at this very point in the game if it was started by ZNT around the same time that it was on that first dragon for Snooze Esports. We will see the game ever so slightly slow down. I don't think there is the... I've mentioned some scaling, but it's not true scaling, really. The Xayah scales beautifully, for sure. But again, a little bit of a backfiring idea of what the team comp wants to achieve, unless we're playing around these engages.
Snooze, you're trying to walk into a jungle to, well, quote-unquote, prepare a Baron, but your mid lane is on the other side of the map, and ZNT, they're all here, so I don't think you want to do this.
They have a lot to lose if they don't do anything, I guess. Maybe that's the reasoning here. However, you've got to pick your cards right. You've got to start thinking of where this is going to work most. Going right in onto the Orianna. That's going to be a nice wild growth and a flash away. We got Hatsu looking for a flank. Not quite going to be able to do much out of the back of it. But there's going to be a public execution because by the looks of it, Smart is a little bit too heavy on that engage. He's going to be not quite taken out yet. Jamie doing a lot of damage, but a nice engage. Call of the pack having to be flashed away from by Dokai. That's both of these...
Tower is going low. ZNT really... Oh, well, yeah, sure. The tower is still on the low side, and ZNT still wants to siege this, since, well, health bars are low, and Dokai is even forced to stay here with the already very low HP bar. I think it's a really great turn from ZNT, even with their top laner falling so low, knowing that this is a fight that they can take, and Snooze, of course, they want to take the fight, they want to see if they can get their footing back, but it doesn't really matter when ZNT always looks to have an answer to everything that Snooze wants to try. And I also thought that you were going to make the joke earlier of, like, if you snooze, you lose. That's also, of course, something that... Yeah. No. I already thought that, like, you wanted to make the joke earlier, but it is what is happening right now. Like, yes, Snooze, they really have to be proactive, but you're also in a point that you are having to be proactive whilst being 4,000 gold behind, which isn't the easiest, but they're looking to find angles by angles to hopefully maybe get a pick, and after you get one pick, you can snowball it in potentially more.
Yeah, that was interesting that right there, because I know, obviously, that's funny. I could hear you, because we're going through the Discord, but I'm back, a bit of a crash on my side. I'm used to my crashes nowadays, so nothing that I won't be seeing any more of as we speak. However, let's re-dive into what we have. That entire fight was the heaviest rather, that we've seen thus far in this game, and it's still not the most bloodlust of games. It's 8-2. That's 10 kills at a 25-minute game. You can just sense the tension in this air as Snooze Esports is playing a little bit safer off the back of every single engage. And I guess if you have a diving champion on your comp, there's only one way that he can go. That's still going to be a red buff secured by Jamie, almost. Hatsu, I see, who is still in that side lane with a TP coming back online. Not for Smart, however, so that's going to be a nice little advantage as we speak. Hatred is now actually looking for a gank onto Salaturco, who does have the Spirit Rush, but there is now a Paranoia, and a TP already Hatsu has arrived. Pop Blossom, 2 members. That's going to be a nice public execution as well, and a very good team fight. As we speak, Guppy does get a good amount of auto-attacking to secure that kill. Jamie wants to be doing the exact same thing. Smart has now arrived, having to use the Featherstorm to deny the engage flank. However, already Guppy going down. It's not going to be at the trade of nothing, because Zeri also, Salaturco is going to be all out hit, and Smart is going to get a nice charm into his face, but it's not going to be before Lulu gets that kill on 2. Salaturco, Smart is also going to be removed until maybe perhaps enough shielding from the Lulu from the footwork. Is it going to be enough? Yes, Hatsu will say that much will be, and that's 4 members dead. The biggest team fight we've seen from Snooze Esports this entire series.
And you have to commend Snooze that they've seen this play, they see Dolus on the side lane, and you see pings coming out left, right, and center. We have to do something here. We have to punish this Orianna, because if we don't, we're just letting it happen for free. Salaturka was already on the rotation, there was a teleport available from Hatsu, and being able to pick a team like ZNT apart, whilst they've been team fighting most of the time, you now see that puzzle pieces start to fall when everyone is just taken one by one instead of in such a big cluster. So Snooze fought themselves back, found themselves back, and are looking once again for more.
And they should be. A lot of these flashes, however, have been expended, especially Guppy's not quite available. That's a big cooldown, and Jamie has his, so that's all eyes on that. Her soul point.
There goes Hatred.
It's going to be taken up and secured, and very quickly disengaged on from that idea, as Dokai's now being engaged on by none other but Smart. But then he found out, actually, that's a Nico, and a little bit more slippery than something like the Guppy, who doesn't actually have the Featherstorm until in a few moments he will. Smart going
Smart, we're going.
Over the wall. However, there's not many minions having to wait for that wave to arrive. Will now just fight through. Charm does connect. He's getting quite low, and that's not a case Santa that will be able to join this team fight. Rising does use the paranoia, flashing over that wall. I don't think they really want to commit off the back of that one. I think the flash and Smart's HP bar being so low is still a very good win for Snooze Esports.
Smart's been making some flippy plays thus far, and we can say that he's trying to play it very safe throughout his building. He skipped the Iceborne Gauntlet by its entirety, instantly went for an Ending Despair, added Thornmail to that, and is still making his way over to his third item, but it still makes him not super tanky, most certainly against magic damage, and you can see that Salaturka is trying to do some work, because the moment a charm hits, you see his health bar just gets halved. So Smart, I understand that you're playing a tank champion, you want to be in the backline of the opponent, but like twice or thrice already, you've been in positions where you cannot be without the follow-up of your team. So Snooze, they might get a real shot back into it when ZNT is now the team that doesn't look on the same page.
Yeah, and what's on the same page is both of these team comps, again, they're not true scaling team comps aside from really the Zeri Desire, because they're the AD carries. So you're matching each other all the way through every point of this game, as Dokai walking in there does get some sort of information, does not go down, and that's very, very nice for himself and his team, because now he's spotted what could have been a trap being set up. Paranoia
Look at this on mid lane.
Onto the Zeri going right in, flashing, and the Wild Growth already committed. Smart trying to tank up as much as it can, but there's a Flash Pop Blossom onto the backline as we speak. Public execution, and the Featherstorm already removing none other but Jamie. And this is the team fight that Snooze Esports wanted to get this entire game. With the dive, they'll be able to do so. Only Hatred and Dolus remaining. There is no Shockwave, there is a Call of the Pack, but it won't be calling no pack to your rescue, because the Baron will be where it's at. Salaturka does have to deal with the Viscerate unvulnerable state from the Fury, who's gonna be poking her daggers at a few members. The Baron is very low, and it will be taken up by Snooze.
And for this, I want to wind it all the way back to that mid lane fight. I know that we don't have replays, but know that Snooze finally also learned how to play in the shadows. They saw there is still an Orianna side laning once again. Last time the punish was there, but with Orianna on that side of the map and Hatred nowhere to be seen, it's very easy to make a collapse happen on the mid lane, and they find all of the right targets. First they force the flash array from Jamie, and then the follow-up engages are just so easy to press with the paranoia and the public execution, that even as an AD carry, there is nowhere to run. And Snooze, they finally have found themselves, they're making play after play, and you're now seeing it also happen in real time in the gold graph. Yes, they're still behind, but look at the differences between the lanes. The only one who's very far ahead of his main opponent is Hatred, but for the rest, it looks to be all the way Snooze, with the carries and the top laner.
And it's impressive. I will say, it's very impressive for ZNT to keep holding on to this game and making this gold lead for nobody. And it's impressive for Snooze Esports to be finding their picks as well, but they are playing a pick comp, so you'd expect for that to be going their way. But again, ZNT is equalizing this gold very nicely. If anything, they are still ahead, just 1,000 gold, which is just chump change at this point in the game. 32 minutes almost upon us, and you are seeing all of the tier 2s up for Snooze. You are seeing all of the tier 2s up for ZNT. Closest game of this entire series. And I don't want to say it, but I feel like maybe perhaps Snooze needed to get some sort of warm-up value. They've definitely been able to pick themselves up in the game 3, but it's taken them 2 games in order to do so. And, you know, that's exactly what we're looking at here. So they've woken up. There's no more snoozing. It's certainly their time to come online. And right now, there's still side lane pressure. I feel like ZNT is being fed their own medicine here, really, from Snooze, because they are now on the side lanes. However, at a time where a Soul is coming around, so we're going to get 1 reset from Hatsu as the Ambassador is now arriving, TP from the area as well, but it might just be too late. They're not going to be really able to get into this pit, so that's going to be a Dragon secured. Is it going to follow through with a fight? Is that what we're seeing instead? Does Snooze want to be pushing out these towers? Guppy's certainly going to be thinking exactly that, as no real engage is yet to come our way.
You have a Baron buff, and now if Smart's getting stopped on the back line, you get a fight for yourselves.
Going in, doing so much heavy damage. If he's able to sort of be their aggressor, and you can't retaliate, that's exactly what this Ambassador is going to be able to do.
100%. There is like this thing where I feel like, sure, you can never count out ZNT. We've been giving a lot of compliments to Snooze thus far, but the gold lead was still available for ZNT until a little bit. Now it's actually dead even, but they also traded for that with the dragon, so hey, you get extra stats, completely fine. But you do want to do it in a team fighting fashion, and seeing Dolus having to side lane all the time, whilst the rest of the team can't really do anything when he's on the side lane. It just feels kind of off. Like the wave management, it was okay for the dragon setup, but you also know your enemy has Baron, so do they even care about the dragon, or can they just shove out waves? And now you've forfeited your own mid lane tier 2. You are getting yourself in an even more difficult position, even with this 7-1 Neferi threat always just standing there, but not really being on the hunt.
This is a wow game for me, because everything is just head to head right now. The gold, the towers, the entire game, the dragons as well. And that's the next pivotal moment, isn't it? Because you've got yourself a Soul, whichever way you're looking at it. There's no more stalling, at least that massive buff that's going to be coming one of these teams' way. And up until this point, ZNT has been able to do an enormous, a great job of securing these dragons in every single game. But this time around, Snooze Esports has been able to match them quite nicely, as there's just some good aggressive body language coming into that mid lane just to secure some of that vision. Nothing else really aside from that. Hatsu having to back away a little bit because he has no true vision of his own in that jungle, so good reading of the map there. Nobody is going to be initiated on as of yet. And I will say, I really like how Dokai is playing his game, constantly fishing out something with what seems like the clones, trying to play around the shockwave, but this time around, maybe the caster curse has hit him a little bit too quickly. Having to flash away from that one, he will stay alive. There's no shockwave now for the next couple of minutes, but there is no dragon for the next couple of minutes either, and that flash won't be coming back online. That's going to be a paranoia going right onto Oriana, having to get out of that one. Smart is in, but he's already used the all out a little bit too soon. He's gonna... No, he hasn't. He's been shredded down. Still in the big form, not the squishy one. That's a lot of damage from Guppy at this point in the game.
Guppy is an crit AD carry with 4 items already, so please do not underestimate his damage, even against the Cassante, who built... Yes, he has tank items, but Thornmail isn't really known as the most gold-efficient items when it comes to stats. And, well, Unending Despair is nice, but you have to be able to survive a bit longer than that, and that didn't happen. So now all the way is just free for Snooze to pick up this Baron. I feel it's also off the back of ZNT. Yes, you're trying to do something, but you're trying to make a bait play happen in the bot side? Like, I don't get why they're trying to trap in the bot side that's completely empty for Rising, whilst the next threat on the map is not Dragon, it's Baron. So if there's someone wanting to put vision down, it's not on that side of the map. It just feels like a waste of time.
Yeah, time time is right now ticking. 37 minutes. A Baron picked up, and the tension in this game, man. We could cut it with the scissors, but we don't have a Gwen, so we're just going to have to make do with the daggers that the Neferi can throw at a bunch of people. But still, so much is here in the air. And even despite Smart going down in that play, used his flash. So that's going to be a flash for flash, Dokai and Smart. And that's two big engagers for the side of both of these teams that don't no longer have that going for themselves. So something to consider. The Fog of War play for Hatred might backfire onto Snooze Esports, who are going in very aggressively, but the daggers are now being found out, and voice comms are coming through for a lot. You can see that straight away. Hatsu probably calling it. Guys, we need to respect this Neferi. Now we need to respect Dollis, who is just rocket belting in, not quite getting that shockwave value. Guppy is, of course, as
They're proxying the wave. They're cutting it off.
Yes, they are. That's actually from both ends. There's a TP.
Smart is TPing for the shield of teleport. Just for the shield.
TP. I love to see it. He's going to try and make a play out of it, but the dragon has already been taken out, and that's a secure soul. Infernal, so much infernal damage. Dokai doesn't get the pop blossom, doesn't have the flash. He's going to go down not until he goes Donan, and all of his team at Snooze is finding the picks in the backline. Hatsu is now being shockwaved away from Hatred. Is not going to be able to be a part of this play, but ZNT, like Snooze at the very beginning of this game, is now on the wrong side of their game. This might just be the game that Snooze Esports needs to perhaps take themselves to Game 5, but more certainly, Game 4 could be coming around the corner.
Guppy has already his sights set onto the Nexus. Like, he has been here all along. He has the Baron buff. He's getting the teleports. Snooze is making it an actual series.
This is a Zaya. This is a Zaya push with a Baron, with a whole minion wave that Hatsu this entire game, by the way. And this is exactly what I wanted to see from this top laner, the side lane pressure. Hatred wants to put some hate on my boy Rising, but he won't be able to do that before the Nexus itself is going to meet that fate instead. We're not quite on a series yet, but we're certainly getting there, and so is Snooze Esports. Bringing it back, now at a 2-1, they need to have another 2 games to be at the point where, you know, a good few people in the chat want them to be, but there's a good few fans from ZenIT that they want to see the next game going for them as well.
I like what I've seen this far, though. Like, that final team fight, we can pick it apart later, but it was a real good thing to see from Snooze, that they can get themselves in these kind of situations, that they aren't hesitant anymore. And if this Snooze can continue to go onwards, I feel like we already have a series. Like, more than 3 games is a series to me. We are going to game number 4, and it also shows that the gap that perhaps at first we thought we had between Division 2 and Division 1 is maybe a little bit smaller than expected at first, because it's not a 3-0. It is thus far a 2-1. And if I remember correctly, not the last best of 5 we had within the Benelux, but the best of 5 before that in Division 1 was a reverse sweep. So Snooze might as well set them up for maybe some MCON gaming.
Oh my goodness. A repeat of not Saturday, right? The one before that? It could be happening.
Last week Tuesday. So
Tuesday gaming. It's a Thursday today, but still begins with a T, ends with a Y. There's similarities there, right? So you don't know where it's going to go, man. And no, I do agree with you. Series, capital letters, is what I want. We have a series on our hands for sure. I'm really looking forward to the next game here. And let's be honest. If you take as Snooze Esports this next game, it's a best of 1. Like, and it could happen. There's only 1 game from that to be a reality. I mean, it happens all the time. I'm not biased. I know Snooze more than I knew ZenIT in the casting perspective, due to, of course, Benelux and Road of Legends values there. But I do want to see both of these teams take it all the way through to Game 5, and we're going to be still pondering that question for a minute longer, and Let's find out as to where it's really going to take us in the next 5 minutes or so. But where we'll be taking ourselves is on a quick pause as we come back ready for game 4. We're here, man. And I said it last time. I said it could have been the last time, but we're still here. We have Snooze Esports picking themselves up that first game, that first win of the series, which is so important for this org, for this team, for the roster to, one, the amount of just motivation that gives you going into that game 4, where you know fully well if you get that going under your belt, you're going to game 5, right? So that's such a huge boost of confidence, and it's exactly what this roster needs. And ZNT, however, maybe walking into the second game with a little bit more confidence than strategy at the back of that one. It's still a very good overall execution of that red side draft that Snooze Esports has been able to pick themselves up.
And at this point, I am starting to look at ZenIT as well, with perhaps a thought in mind of like, is this the moment that a best of 3, or like a best of 5, of course it becomes more of a best of 3, or just best of 1 to best of 1 if you're looking at it from Snooze's perspective, because you cannot drop a singular one. That also focus is starting to drop bit by bit, because it felt like where they were so clear and executed during the first 2 games, this game it felt like some of the decisions were sloppy, and we're solo pushing a side wave with an immobile mage. Like, Dolus is making uncharacteristic mistakes, and you can see it right here on your screen. It results in a big team fight that swings the tempo, not necessarily back in favor of Snooze, but it gives them a lot of breathing room to start scaling once again. So these kind of, well, decisions you basically cannot make at this point in a best of 5. And if this means that this is the point that you're starting to get tired or starting to get like less concentrated, then I fear for a later game Snooze as well, since I feel like there are still a lot of champions open that both Snooze plays and feel very, very comfortable on.
Yeah, most definitely. And, you know, mistakes have been made, such as the one that we might be looking at the screen right now, but I won't call out any names. It's definitely in the name of the game. You know, mistakes are punishable, and they're pushed a lot. That's what both of these teams want to be seeing. You know, you wanna get the most out of somebody else's demise, and that was the first demise that ZenIT has picked themselves up going into that entire series. 2-1, still very close to it's a match point. It's a match point every time for ZenIT from this point onwards. That's what it is. It was from last game. It will be for the rest of the series. Reverse sweeps have happened. Snooze Esports is right now dreaming of that outcome, but that outcome becomes so much more obtainable once you get yourself through the first 2 games, because then it's just 1 game for both of the teams, and at that point, it's so achievable.
And at this point, we've just seen ZenIT selected red side for the next game, and throughout the entire evening thus far, red side has been victorious. We've seen 2 victories already from ZNT from the red side, and now also a victory from Snooze from the red side. So
100%.
Well, does this have some foreshadowing? Perhaps not, but I do feel like from what we've seen thus far, the red side does still speak for itself. It's not just the R5 counter pick, it's also the side selection in-game, where we saw Snooze last game also pick up the first 2 dragons, since, well, the entry towards the dragon pit is just so much easier from this side that you can play towards the bottom side. So, will we see the same thing again? Here are both of the teams again. We don't have Orianna anymore because it was played last game, so that red side ban also falls away from ZNT. And I'm wondering what the adaptation is going to be from them, what they will be showing with that final ban on red side.
Yeah, and we are sticking to the same bans thus far. I'm a little bit sad that we won't see the Bard yet, at least. You know, you never know what's going to happen. The Jarvan is being taken out. This time around, the Ashe is being focused as the ban as well. Now, the Jarvan ban is something that you'd consider Victor. That's been banned away. Hwaze maybe, because again, immobile mages in that Cataclysm do not have a good time. That's why that Victor ban is coming through, for the most part, as well as Dolus, you know, Reason, in point, solidified, sent away. We have Snooze Esports for the 3rd time in this series on the blue side, but do have that B1. Varus is available. You got yourself no Zinzao because that was a mid lane pick, game 1, believe it or not. And it's going to be a safe Ezreal, something that you can leave by itself. And it's certainly going to be what Snooze Esports will be locking in.
No Ezreal Karma anymore, so that aggressive lane is off the table. Perhaps it will be combined with more of an engage-happy champion. We've seen it being paired with the Leona sometimes. And if you want to go far back into the past, but also recent future on Once Upon a Team, we've seen Ezreal Yuumi. Yeah, I almost feel like kind of like filthy for saying it, because we don't want to see a champion like Yuumi, but it is an option that they can take. I am mostly looking at what Dolus will do, because I feel like his champion pool is currently being pinched. During the entire split, he has played champions like Azir, Ryze, Aurora, Victor,
Wow, yeah.
but also the Ahri and Orianna, and then there's only 3 champions left that he's played this far, being the Mel, the Lissandra, and the Syndra. And I feel like Mel is not necessarily that good of a position at this point. Syndra is, well, it can be blind picked sometimes, but I feel like Snooze will have an answer for that. And the Lissandra, well, it was rising in popularity, but it disappeared off the face of the earth again, like after one patch, even though nothing has changed. So perhaps Dolus has to show us something new, something like the Xin Zhao, but then it has to be a bit of a better execution than what we saw in the Orianna.
Yeah, no, definitely. Now, this Varus is still a flex. It could go into that top side. It's, you know, it's not something that we haven't seen. It's quite a popular pick nowadays, if anything. And if that's where ZNT wants to take it, they will. And they will be putting Pantheon into their game as well. There's that wave coming up as we speak. Not going to be taken over by ZNT. Again, pinching down the champion pool, but Syndra Mel, like you've mentioned, still available. Mel good into the Syndra. At least the Syndra won't have to deal with that as a counter pick anymore. So definitely maybe potential on that R3 or the support, as it might give away a little bit too much in terms of where the Varus is going. So the mid lane makes a little bit more sense because you still want to keep that as a flex. And it will be the lock-in on the Akali.
That is a bit interesting to me, but it's mostly because I'm not super familiar with like way Akali matchups, since it's a matchup you don't see on the regular. But the last time that I've seen it, it was MCON playing against Freeds, and I also believe it was played in EMEA once. But then MCON used it as an answer into the Akali, and it didn't really get to play the game, since hitting skill shots on invisible targets sometimes is difficult, and you're really reliant on getting that fear on the Akali when it's trying to initially engage, because then you take the engage out of it and Akali, well, can't really do anything afterwards. But if you miss such a skill shot, which, well, it's doable, we've seen it happen, and also doing high stakes, your hands can be a little bit jittery, then Akali can play a very free matchup. So I like to see Dolus just throwing once again the challenge over to Snooze, saying, even in the early stages when I'm playing melee against ranged and it is perhaps a bit of a difficult matchup, I'm playing this purely for staying alive, reaching level 6, and in team fights I'm seeing a squishy Ezreal, a squishy Wei, and those are my main priority targets to hit with the perfect execution.
Yes, I'm watching these bans on the support, something that, you know, the Braum is amazing into anything that's too melee heavy. We still got that Leona coming our way. We still got those engaged sports. Rel has been taken off the table. So has Nautilus. So you don't have that in the bank. And on the side of Snooze Esports, the focus will be on the top side. Again, actually sticking to the same bans, the Renekton and the Mill. This time round, the Umbessa is not available, but still will be going through. There's the Leona, going to be locked in. The Braum does scream, I don't like what I'm going to be doing once I go in there too deep. But the Alistar kind of also. So I like the answer if it gets locked in. It's just being offered, and I think has got to come out. But you know what? The Ezreal was the B1. Unless that's going to match this potential top lane Varus, Heimerdinger will be swapped back onto the Alistar.
Is the disengage that you require against the Leona. I did feel like Leona was probably the best pickup that was still available when it came to engage support, since we know that Ezreal is one of those champions that can also buffer a lot of engages with the help of his arcane shift, and Leona is one of the few champions that will still hook onto the Ezreal and still place herself next to him instead of Blitzcrank hook that just gets cancelled, or Thresh hook that just... I mean, it gets cancelled and he gets himself there, but I don't know if this necessarily was like a Thresh angle. Only knowing if the Leona was like definitely being picked up on the other side, but well, you picked the Leona yourself, so it's completely fine. And now Snooze, they're rounding their draft out with the Gnar, a very safe top lane pick, but we've seen in recent days that the main counter pick into Gnar is a ranged top laner. It's Vayne, and Vayne has not been banned out, so will ZNT pick it up? Yes, they will. It is the classic answer.
Wow. That's a game 4 top lane lock-in for ZNT, and that's smart. And I'm not saying it is smart, but it's also smart on the Vayne. I love to see this. Wow, okay, so obviously it's a range into range matchups. You're not a Sion, right? You're not a K-Sante. That hurts a lot. It's still a weak side pick, for a reason. It's going to stall as much as it can. But you've made a point here that I'm going to have to throw it over to. The Vayne into the Gnar. How do we expect that to go?
In general, I feel like this matchup is, at first, you're playing range into range, so you can match the Gnar, and then secondly, a gap closure isn't really possible, because you can just condemn them away, and then start fighting once again. So the matchup is really difficult, both in mini Gnar and mega Gnar form, because you're being matched. But the side note of it is, of course, you are sacrificing your normally AD bruiser / tank on top lane, or AP bruiser, for a ranged AD carry, where the main difficulties in playing AD carries in general, and why they're being paired up with supports, is that you're squishy, and you can just get blown up if you don't have peel, and you don't get a lot of support in the top lane, unless your top lane, or your jungle is carrying top lane, or like, camping top lane, but that would also require your jungle to be permanently top, and not necessarily be there at the rest of the map. Plus teamfights, it's, I don't want to say too difficult to execute, but the fact that you don't have a lot of dedicated frontline except for the Leona might make it a bit iffy. You just really have to look at positioning, and you cannot make a single mistake before you get blown up.
Yeah,
it's difficult.
There's a lot of that range value that ZNT has picked themselves up, and then there's a Leona, right? So you gotta pick your poison and then go in on it. Do not falter. Execute upon the execution that the Leona sets you up with. And honestly, Pantheon as well, great follow-up. You got that going for yourself, and it's gonna have to do the trick. And as we see the fountains in front of us, we see the players, we see the pits. Maybe what could be for the last time in this entire best of 5 series already into the game. Zenith will be connecting as a headbutt will send Sigma away.
I almost felt like we were going to level 1 fight there, and is that even a smart idea when you have lethal tempo Ezreal on the other side? I think that's kind of iffy.
Hatsu, smart. Is punishing Hatsu quite well already. Doesn't quite get the auto attack empowered there off the back of that one. I think Hatsu's best game right now is, sure, just give up a few of these minions. Don't give up too much of your HP, because you can always come back into a topside game where you have more HP in a potential tower dive, and if they can't tower dive you, then you're fine. So be careful around that idea, because right now Hatsu's a little bit too low. He's looking for a back as we speak. Mid lane as well, Dollis being poked down, as of course into a ranged matchup. Akali's eventually do very well into a mobile mages, and I expect a lot from Dollis going into something like a Hui at some point, but not right now.
Hatsu did get a little bit Phantomentos there by being zoned away from those first 3 melee minions. I don't think he has enough EXP to match Smart, so Smart will basically always be a level, half a level ahead of his direct opponent, and it can become very awkward when we're looking at later rotations. So Hatsu will either have to take a lot of time to get back into the game, or will need some assistance from Rising to punish Smart, which, well, it's still a Vayne, has a tumble to get out, it can still condemn for a disengage on either Hatsu or Rising, so it's a really rough one on the top lane. Therefore, I hope that Snooze will focus their sights on the bot lane, since, well, Gnar late game is still Gnar, even if it's bleeding some levels. It can still look for engages when, well, you're Ezreal, you want to get that one ahead as soon as possible.
Heavy. Fear doesn't quite connect there, of course, in the Shroud, very difficult to predict. So good punish from Dollis, really. Taking down Salaturka into a much better threshold of an HP, exactly when where an Akali would like to keep her mobile targets at 2 more levels before we get that perfect execution up online. And down in the bot lane, we saw that aggressive level 1, but nothing else really came of it. The junglers not quite mirroring each other either, so they'll be just trading scuttle crabs. By the looks of it, Rising a little bit further ahead on that idea, and so he might be able to get that Extale impact. Not quite at the range he was hoping for, and will just throw a boulder. There's a few of those with the Gnar on his team as well, but he's not here. The Pantheon, however, that's good poke. However, is Rising over pushing here? There's a shield bolt available, not quite getting the range on that one now. Salatok has spotted it, flashing in, and Rising will be going down in what looked like a bit of an overzealous play, but nonetheless, first blood for ZNT.
Rising very aggressive, and I also want to point out, at first, like, sure, you can play a bit more aggressive, since Dolus started with the Doran's Ring and not the Doran's Shield, what we see often against Pokes matchups, so just stay a little bit more healthy and allowing yourself to skill into those later stages, but now, yeah, you do get a little bit of extra damage. You still get the health regen of hitting enemies, since you don't have any mana to regen, and Dolus is being sent back to base, perhaps 13 minions behind, but you do get 300 gold for free just for the picking with your kill onto Rising. I think he also got an extra buff with that to go. That is not how you want to see this game start if Rising and, well, Salaturka are still a bit disconnected on that early mid-game or mid-lane fight.
Yes, and I value the idea behind it because Rising is probably the very good reason why this game went game 3 went the way it went, because of his early aggression, and then it paid off. It was a big risk, big reward value, and the reward part of it certainly eventually gave Snooze Esports enough time to get those team fights that they needed. He's trying to do the same in this game. It's not gone his way, and that is then the other side, the risk. And that risk is huge, especially when you've given over the kill over to the Akali, especially when you're a Skarner going into a Pantheon. You don't have that snowball value that both Dolus and Hatred does have. Despite it, it's still not going to slow down Snooze Esports on the front of this Dragon engage, and they're going to be able to secure themselves the first objective. That's something that will be going their way, as in the mid lane. Dokai, this is the support I recognize. Dokai, very heavy on the roams, and I expect him to be sticking around this mid lane for a little bit longer, especially now that Dolus has grabbed that first blood.
Hatsuki still has to be careful with Rising in the vicinity, knows that there was no contest on the Dragon, so there might be a Pantheon nearby. He doesn't have level 6 yet, so no Grand Starfall to help him.
He's going to cancel the back, as Smart is getting very low. Shield Bolt is available, hopping over that initial engage. Mega Gnar having to be flashed away from, but there is a spear in his face or his back, whichever is going to deal the same amount of damage. That's a nice presence in the bot lane. Another gank coming out from Rising. Impale going to be flashed away from by Sigma. Very well done on that end, as now Rising doesn't get a value of nothing. Really, he's been flashed into. The arrows will be raining upon him, and that's going to be a kill picked up by none other but Jamie, but he will be taken out, and Guppy picks his first kill of the game as well. In a 3v2, however, could have been a bit cleaner.
ZNT, I felt like they were out, but then they still wanted to fight, sure. That was a good Zenith Blade extension from Rising, making sure that Sigma is out of position at that point, and when Jamie wants to follow up, sure, you're getting a kill. That's fine, but you're also giving 2 kills away. It's not just 2 kills, it's a kill to Guppy, who's now going to be a bit faster on his mid-game power spike, or like his 3-item power spike, where we like to see the Ezreal. And Dokai, I'll just say it again, it's not that bad to have kills on supports in the early stages, because you get earlier towards your first item, are able to peel better for your carries, and that should result in team fights in more odds to win. So ZNT, yes, they do get a nice play on the top lane, but the answer, I think, from Snooze is great.
It was really good. Nice condemn. There's that value you've spoken of in the draft, and it will scream value in game as well. So very well done on that end. Down to the bot lane again, just to revisit that. I kind of like the flash from Rising, just to send Sigma as far away from the tower as possible. Obviously, that's the reason why then Jamie sort of wanted to commit onto that play, and it's still denying a few of those minions under the tower. How many? not that many. They're very much head to head with that one. I was going to say head to toe. That's the complete opposite. But Hatred is very much so pushing in on his tempo within this game. Not quite getting that dragon, but instead will be trading at least one objective at the 8-minute mark.
And where will we be seeing Focus next? Rising, he doesn't realize it. He's standing on a ward, so I feel like ZNT should be safe enough here to not fall for it. And it gives room for Hatred to make his play happen on the top lane. Make sure that his first neutral objective of the game is in his possession. And I feel like they might also look for some more on the top side. Hatsu is being shoved in. He's still mini-nar for a bit, but it's looking too dangerous for ZNT to actually commit to a dive.
Yeah, down 30 CS in this top side. Again, it's into a Vayne. You'd not really have the best of times, but I do want to speak ever so slightly on Dokai's Alistar. I'll be praising it because it's actually kind of clean. There's the Pulverizer as well as the True Shot Barrage. Extale Impact coming around, but not really there for it. No flash available either, so you can't really impale the target as Jamie will be walking out of it, but not really without some sort of punishment coming his way. He's now without any mana. His entire HP pool could be revisited onto another gank, and that's exactly what Rising will be thinking about, at least until he's looking for a recall, because so is Jamie, so that's just going to be a recall for a recall in the end. That's
Grand Star from the top lane.
Coming through. Hatsu almost again getting a 1v1, but he won't be able to. He haven't flash, and it's still going to deny a lot of this time. Doesn't quite get the boomerang. The flash is going to actually be used in the end, despite Hatsu not really having anywhere to run into, but I don't think Smart cares much at this point. It's a Vayne. He wants to escalate this top lane as quickly as possible.
Smart was just done with it. He felt like, I don't have exhaust yet, but I'll have it back soon in case we get another fight. And in this case, I would prefer taking the kill as fast as possible and then returning to my top lane wave, because I don't want to miss out on too much when we're just chasing a wild goose chase. So I do understand the way of thinking, but you are investing a 5-minute cooldown, and you won't have it again for, well, I guess you're not joining the next dragon fight? But if there's a big fight where you have to find an escape, it's just not there.
It isn't. And Vayne Varus, it just screams. It's bully is what it is. It's bullying your opposing team, but it's missing that value of the initial engage. Speaking of the devil, the chain of corruption does not connect from Jamie, who's now going to have to be on the back foot alongside Sigma and Hatred, and the Dragon is being initiated on. By the looks of it, Salaturka does get a decent trio in that mid lane. So he's already here. Zenith Blade does connect. However, it is an Ezreal, and so Arcane Shift is always available. That's an Extale Impact. That's a nice Solar Flare to deny it for flashing away. Sigma absolutely styling on everybody there, denying a lot of that initial engage. Will be denying any kills coming ZNT's way as well.
If only Jamie didn't miss that change of corruption, then at that point you also had a really great angle. Not like Snooze would ever walk up having that information. Like, they knew he didn't have it, so that's why they stand there.
Oh, walking around a quicker way to get back into the lane, having to flash away, very nicely timed. No flash, but he gets to keep his life, as the Dragon won't.
Dragon goes down for Snooze. Dokai is still on the rotation to mid, but so is Sigma.
No flash, no solar flare, very little risk in that engage there. But yes, it's gonna at least give Salaturka somewhat of a moment there to push out that wave. He gets the reset, which is the best value. That's a 2-level Vayne right now as we speak. Of course, a Vayne is going to be denying a lot of that XP. Hatsu just needs to stay alive for as long as he needs to. But every single time he was almost getting that solo kill, you saw Hatred. And now we see Hatred coming into that brush gank, and this might just put Hatsu's HP lower alongside his experience as we speak. Smart.
2 more members joining.
Yeah, definitely. There could be a party coming our way. Dokai is around the corner. I like what Hatsu is doing. He's playing to vision. He's playing to information. He's around the right side of the map, but it looks like the Volt Breaker does connect, and so does the Pulverizer. Going into the final hour, Hatsu is now without the Gap Closer, having to flash away in the end. Rising is there. True Shot Barrage does not connect. Now, Unbreakable going for another headbutt. Does get the Pulverizer. Ixtale in the end, just condemned, not really available, but dashed away from it. Impale to deny that kill onto Dokai. He's gonna go down eventually, really. And because we have a Hui coming around, Hatred won't be picking this fight either. But that right there is a lot of pressure put into that top side onto something like this Vayne. And I really like it. The Dokai roaming coming true again.
It also puts some vulnerabilities on the bot side. We've only just seen Doelis arrive back on his mid lane through the minimap whilst they were trying to set up a dive on Guppy, but well, it's an Ezreal. Arcane Shift and Flash are keeping him very safe, so it's really difficult to dive him. It's just difficult also at the same time to say who actually won then on that trade, because yes, you do get a kill on Smart, but it took so many resources and so much time and 2 extra kills on Hatred. It's nice that you can shut down a Vayne at this point of the game, but they still get a lot of resources back, and I am seeing Eternity Force completed on Smart, and I don't see one completed yet on Hatsu, so you'd still say that the victor of spoils would be Smart and Hatred.
Yeah, it definitely is, and with these victories, many spoils are yet to come, but ZNT only needs the one, and they are certainly at a point in this game where at least everything's looking good in the KDA, right? You've got those carries doing what they need to do. Every single one of them actually got a kill on board. Some are doing better than others due to, of course, the Pantheon's positioning around the map. You're very much everywhere you need to be. Smart is not going to be that's a great condemned again every time. Reading Hatsu like a book, and that's the matchup, that's the Vayne for you. And now he's going to be able to pick up an entire tower. Hatsu was able to catch up on the level, but now he's down 2 yet again. Dokai going in, just a good headbutt. I like that from him. Just Jamie, the real target. Sigma won't be able to follow through. There's your control ward. You won what you wanted to get out of it. But now there is a big fight coming our way, because we see Doelis, we see Hatred around here. Salaturka is not. He does have the TP to Triple Rush just to deny this entire wave. Ixtale Impact is going to go right out of Trouble's way, as you have now spotted out the Pantheon. It might just fizzle out the situation here.
Or it might give you extra fuel, because Hatred, he was there, but will he overstay? Like, will he sacrifice more tempo, and can you make a play on that? They are for now staying in the bot side brush, but they will be taking their resets, which totally fair. Do a stare down, wait a little bit, then just reset the wave. We are waiting on the next objective timers. There's a Herald that's for the taking, but also look at that Dragon timer, 1 minute, so a lot of vision that will probably be put down. Smart is TPing in top lane. I also don't want to become like an accidental Nostradamus, but I feel like at one point, as to Poppy has this interaction with Skarner, that when he impales and Poppy ults, that you can take someone like across the map with you, because Poppy just flings you to the other side. I feel like there will be a moment that we'll see an impale coming out from Rising, Smart thinking, oh, I'll just condemn him away, and then he mistimes the timing of impale hitting and giving the Skarner some extra room to kidnap someone into their team. I'm hoping it won't happen, but it would be a funny interaction. He has been on point with the timings against Hatsu this far, so maybe that it won't happen would be a funny one to look out for.
Yeah, and speaking of interactions, there's so much synergy in any of these team fights for Snooze Esports. They've got such a great wombo combo. Locking down your targets is what you really want to do. And you're going into 3 carries. Make Pantheon the 4th, really. Hatsu is going to be exhausted. He's just going to have to fight this one through and go down in style. But that won't be happening, because the only style that will be happening is going to be a flash away from that impale by the looks of it. Nice solar flare. Rising is getting very low. Pulverizer to deny Hatred's entry, because he's looking for a shield bolt. He might have to use the flash, and he won't be actually, because instead Jamie's probably voice calmed it saying, I got this. And that's exactly what will be happening as Rising and Hatsu are going down. Nobody else on ZNT. They have now put themselves on a much bigger lead than that 1,000 gold previously.
Bit of chaos. Now the cross map starts with Salaturka. Smart has no mana, but he has auto attacks.
He's got the flash as well. No ultimate. And there's that initial burst just to grab you. You're going to have to flash away here unless you want the cow going right in. And that's a perfect timing. But the Spiraling Despair does connect. It's going to be at the cost of the first dragon that you're giving away for Snooze. So all of a sudden, not too bad. Perfect execution. Flashing away. from Demise, but absolutely good reaction time, good prediction, and it will be just 1 kill for a dragon.
Was a bit confused why Smart wasn't just kiting it a little bit, because, well, Salaturka was walking in his auto attack range, and I get that, sure, channeling an auto attack does stop you from moving, so it makes you a bit slower, but you do have Trinity Force with the Phage passive, giving your movement speed on hit, so kiting it out is still an option, and at least it makes the health bar of the way perhaps a little bit lower till a position where he might not go for a play anymore, but hey, things are there. Smart probably just wants to be there, out of there as fast as possible. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to get there, and, well, that's an extra kill onto the mid laner. And Salaturka finally puts himself on that scoreboard, just closing the gap to around that 3,000 gold lead. Still in favor of ZNT, but could have been more.
3,000 gold, and when there's a Grand Starfall available for a Pantheon, that could extend itself time and time again. So you have got to start thinking about where you're at around the map, especially if you're a Hui, because, again, it's, you know, it's not a Jarvan, but he gets their match faster and he's going to do the same thing to you. You're a Hui, you have to respect. You can't go too deep into the side lanes, and because you can't do that, Akali has priority. So topside Herald will be picked up very nicely by the side of ZNT. As we speak, that's going to be their second Void objective, and looking pretty strong, especially when you can drop that Herald into one tower at this point that secures you at least an instant tower. Everywhere else is looking a little bit healthier.
We are back in snowballing time. It's only 15 more seconds until the first Baron spawns, but around, like, between this and 22 minutes, we've seen a lot of fights that have been rather deciding for the future of the match, so perhaps we'll get one soon as well.
But there's a Vayne coming around the corner. He needs to make the most out of that. Oh, hold on. We got Salaturka coming as well. That's a very good timed Blast Cone. Did he Blast Cone through around there? He must have. That's a Hui saving a Gnar in his side lane. That you don't see every day.
But it is a solo laner having to give up his rotation, so there's a free way for Dolus to pick up that tier 2 tower. So there are sacrifices at the back end of it. And we now... Wait, that's a teleport from Dolus. He wants to get back on the map, but...
coming through, the flank. Rising, of course, doesn't care much for Terrain. Terrain is now all of a sudden Impale, having to be shurikened away from... Nobody will go down. That was quite tense, and good TP from Dolus, trying to force something out, and all of a sudden Rising doesn't have that flash value for the next team fight, and it's coming around. The Dragon is certainly where all eyes are going to be in about 2 minutes time.
I was thinking with that teleport, sure, you want to establish yourself back on the map soon, and there is a Baron spawning. I don't think you kill Rising that fast. Like, flanking Rising is the same thing as giving a free way to Guppy to perhaps get onto your backline, or at least deal some poke damage to your front line. So it's a nice thought, but still keep in mind there are 3 tanks, or well, 2 tanks and a bruiser, because the Gnar is kind of suffering. On the side of Snooze, it isn't super easy to just walk up. Sure, you need your flanking positions, but not towards the tanks. But I guess you are back on the map. You can start pressuring the top side again, and we are seeing that whilst the gold lead is a bit stagnated, there is still gold flowing into the pockets of ZNT. So they are at least staying around the same timing. Yeah, it's just waiting for the next objective to spawn, because there's nothing to fight for.
Yeah, there isn't. And, you know, the stakes themselves are still as high as they can ever be, even despite the game slowing down ever so slightly. That's always going to be the true truth that will hit hard once it arrives. And right now, Zen Academy is quite literally a couple of good team fights away, good few objectives, make that a few towers, and a bunch of items away from make that reality. So that's a lot. You know, there's a lot. And still, Snooze Esports is a very good game to come back into. 3,000 gold is not necessarily the biggest of leads, especially when you have so much frontline, right? You've got that Alistair, you've got the Pantheon going in, but very separated from the rest of the team.
Excuse me?
Going to be removed before, but there's a flash going in. Dolus is now in the Shroud, buying as much time as possible. He does get one kill, and that's going to be the Hui, as Hatsu's trying to do something into Jamie, who's going to have to run away, and so is Sigma, but not before the Accelerate Impact gets that great pulverizer into the backline. That's a 2-man engage. Smart has arrived. This is a Vayne that you do not want to disrespect. Hatsu does get across the wall, but that's going to be a flash match, but not at the cost of the entire entirety of his team and a triple kill for Guppy's Ezreal, who, by the way, is one of the biggest performing Ezreals across Benelux Ascent series.
I have seen these fights before, I've seen these plays before. Last time ZNT looked to be in a dictating position and then threw it all away of one team fight on the top side, giving Snooze room back to play their team fighting, and now exactly the same thing is happening, but it's not Dolus that gets punished, it's Hatred that just ults all the way, well, I don't want to say in the back, but there were 3 players there from Snooze. There was not even barely enough information. To see a game slip out of your hands from such a decision must be very tough. Because now, Snooze, you went from a 1-0 Ezreal to a 4-0 Ezreal. And this also reminds me back of moments within Elite, or like within the Road of Legends playoffs, where Ezreals were 0-2 and still managed to get back into the game. And I'm calling out not Tilted AD Carry here, when he was playing against MCon with Bandits, and it looked like he had a rough laning phase, but then 0-2 became 2-2, became 4-2, and took over the game.
Yeah, no, they were not on the same page. Let's not kid each other. ZNT certainly hasn't done the due diligence for one another to at least voice combat one correctly. Maybe perhaps not reading the map and thinking that there's going to be so many of those members around, and that's also big value that we need to consider. However, Snooze Esports is still a front-to-back team comp. They want that to be every single team fight, front to back, and that's beautiful, right? But they're dealing with a diving team comp, so it makes their entire team comp idea flipped, and it will be flipping on its head every single time, unless ZNT makes mistakes. And I don't expect for them to be doing that same exact engage time and time again. But again, off the back of it, we've got Guppy, 4 kills on this Ezreal. And I've mentioned it, as Dolus is thinking about some sort of an engage. He will get the Shuriken onto Hatsu, who gets to hop over the wall, and that will be it. But in the top side, Sigma going in for a bit of an engage, having to flash away from the Impale, as the rest of the team is also not really wanting to get the most out of that one, because we're fighting in 2v3s and 4v3s, and you're getting outnumbered, and it's not going to help you with this diving identity that you've drafted yourselves on ZNT.
Both teams are walking on thin ice. Just a singular pick can snowball into a Baron take, into once again taking control over the game. We're not looking at Dragons yet. That one's 2 minutes and 20 seconds away. But that Baron buff, it's just always a threat, so you cannot get caught out of position in ways like that, where Sigma was just a little bit overextended previously, and now Dokai, don't think he's making the same mistake, because he does have some backup. But it's still a position that both teams really want to contest, even if their lives depend on it.
Most certainly. I think Dolus is thinking about another side lane play, but a TP and the Shuriken might take him all the way into the tower. I would have loved that interaction, but Salatoka is full HP, so the Akali won't be teleporting across the map with the Hui. That's an interesting TP, but it saved his life, so I like it. Off the back of it, you have a much closer game. All of a sudden, that 3,000 gold has been reduced exponentially, 1,500 gold at the most for ZNT, and even in a 3k gold advantage, they're not really able to get themselves what they need. So they will need to put themselves on the same page. And again, that's so important. The synergy needs to be better. The execution behind these team fights needs to be more confident. Otherwise, you're having a way out push you in side lanes where you're committing so much into it, and he's not being punished.
It's not being punished indeed. It feels like ZNT is having their sights elsewhere on the map, when now the dragon timer is close to 50 seconds. They feel like it is something that they have to contest, because they are looking at the scoreboard and seeing a soul point for Snooze, and they don't just want to give Hextech Dragon to their opponents. So vision is currently being established. You see it on the minimap. It is coloring red when Dolus wants to look for his play in turn, but I don't think you can do it.
Looking for it. Now it's into Hatsu, so Hatsu's going to be much happier than something like a Hui in the side lane to actually deal with what's coming at him. And what's coming at us is a 20-second dragon. And it's not just a dragon. 3 dragons have been controlled by Snooze Esports. They are certainly doing pretty good. That's a pulverizer right onto Jamie, who's now going to be flashless into this team fight as Sigma goes in. Where's the follow-up strand? Starfall going through. Guppy's the focus. He's flashing away. He's going to be taken out. That's a great pickup. Rising as well. And that's the team fight that ZNT themselves have drafted, have picked up, and an amazing turnaround at that, where Smart is going to be finishing up with a few auto attacks until Hatsu has to flash away. But that's almost an ace, and they will be back in the game.
It's basically the same thing that happened for ZNT earlier, where they tried to commit for a fight where they weren't really ready for, and then it was Hatred getting caught off guard, and now Dokai flashing in the backline, hoping to find something on Jamie, and if everyone's on the same line, then I see the miracle of Salaturka flashing, hitting his full combo, blowing this AD carry to pieces, and then the team fights become a bit more difficult for ZNT. But now there is the slightest window for Jamie to flash away from everything. Cooldowns have been used up, Salaturka being caught in no one's land. That makes it so much more difficult.
Currently in a bit of a pickle here, but so is this dragon, as it's going to be taken out, and that's not going to be a soul. I'm just getting a new headset because mine might have died, so I'm so sorry, Sim, if I just jumped in there.
No worries,
as we speak, ZNT are pretty much back to where they left off about 5 minutes ago, making the most out of what they can in these side lanes. You do have good pressure coming through, and it's going to be, of course, resulting in that dragon as well, and that's, you know, stalling the game for at least 5 minutes. And again, you're going into a very heavy frontline team comp, like Rising on the Skarner, you've got the Gnar, you've got the Alistair. Is it going to be really enough damage? And Dolus is getting a lot of good value out of this push as we speak. Rising trying to deal with the Akali for the moment, and Hatsu in the top side not quite around to deal with what could be a 4v4, 5v4 down in the bot lane. For now, it's not going to result in that manner.
ZNT still has their mana advantage, and they can look for a play on Rising, but I don't think you want to. It is just, well, you're utilizing Baron. That's good. Like Hatsu got everything he wanted on the top lane. Didn't need to send anyone to match that because you want to keep your own push going. It also resulted in this mid lane inhibitor tower almost falling, and Dolus is still pressuring this. Look at that cannon minion. Almost killed the tower. I feel like Snooze, they will have to make a decision soon in at least trying to engage one of the lanes, because you cannot just allow ZNT to keep on pushing for free when they are split up like this, and you do have everyone available now. Oh. Are you here, Domain? Okay, so looks like we lost Domain for a bit, so we have to figure that one out. And that when the situation is so tense. Do I also have to reconnect? I feel like everything for me is lighting up.
Okay, I can hear you now, brother.
We're back.
Hi, I'm so sorry. Welcome
no worries,
back,
man.
Right? I did a thing. My headset died again, and I thought I charged it. But you know what? Let's charge ZNT right now, because that's where the real focus is at. 7,000 gold within this game. We're just completely flipping the game around, and as we speak, they're not stopping anytime soon, because the Baron is now something that they definitely will be thinking about in about 2.5 minutes once the vision is controlled, and it is certainly going their way. Snooze Esports has got to turn things around if they want to see the light of day in another fight. So going in, Rising is thinking about just that as he's grabbing onto Sigma. Not really the impale that he was hoping for either, and that's going to be a solar flare, and he's getting very low in the back line. And we got Hatsu not quite getting a Gnar off the back of that engage either, and Doka is now trying to eat up as much damage before somebody can do something on the side of Snooze Esports. But ZNT is certainly doing that. We are still in a 5-man push. Good true shot, but the tower's already been taken out, and Smart has been untouched. Akali has been untouched, and with Dollis, with Jamie, with Hatred and Sigma, they will be taking themselves the entire mid lane.
They've now taken the inhibitor, but the Baron buff, unfortunately for them, ran out. So Snooze still has a lifeline within this game to keep themselves going. And I feel like, well, sure, it's difficult to keep it down a notch because you are on your back foot, you are on your last resort. But desperation plays like these, where a Skarner goes in and misses one of the most crucial cooldowns of your team, that is not the way to get your head back into the game. But now, Snooze, you've had that reset. Hatsu, you are in a position where you can peel for the team. The same thing goes for Rising. I'm looking all eyes set on Guppy. If they can keep this carry alive, he is on 4, almost 5 items. He has to be the one to make it happen and crush the dreams of Zenith. But then he has to be fast because time is running out. Looking at only 17 seconds left for the next dragon.
Yep, and Salaturka needs to be on that train as well because he is the brunt of that damage of this team comp. You've got an Alistair, a Skarner, and a None. That's pretty much it. Your setup is all you have. Now you need the Hui, and it's a level 17, so it's going to hurt. 3.5 items as we speak. Does get punished. Rising is already taken out pretty much from this team fight. Can he do what he wants? And Smart is getting an amazing flank. 3 flashes make that all of these cooldowns being expended into their face as Snooze Esports has been deleted by Solar. Turka has been able to take out one, not until when it won't matter. They have all perished right in front of our eyes, and Smart on her flank has caused an absolute superb turn in a team fight. ZNT will be still securing themselves that spot in Road of Legends off the back of Game 4, where this Nexus will be exploding for the final time and giving ZNT that spot that they so deservedly fought for.
Oh, ZNT. I felt like this might happen, but after that game number 3, I wasn't so sure anymore. But we now see what the team of ZNT can do, at the very least on red side. Because on red side, this team, or well, red side for the entire evening, it has been unbeatable. And I also then want to immediately go over to Snooze, since, well, they still put up a really good fight. Like, I was really impressed with what Snooze has shown today, and I feel like they can still be really proud of the result, even though it is ZNT that is retaining.
100%. You got yourself victors in front of you, and everybody that's tuned in saw this coming maybe from how Game 2 went, and obviously Game 3 absolutely turned everybody's expectations, and anything could have become of Game 4 until it just kept unfolding into the spiral that wasn't Hui's spiral despair at all. It was certainly ZNT's, and they were able to secure themselves an amazing victory off the back of that. And as you can see, I'm wearing a different headset because I literally had to run to my brother's room to pick myself up something because I couldn't hear anything. I was like, Sam, you're slowly fading in my ears, but eventually was able to turn it around, and so was ZNT. What a performance. What an absolute stellar way to secure that spot. It was never anybody else's. It was always belonging to this very roster. Now the organization is going to have a very big sigh of relief as summer split in about 2 months' time, maybe August, maybe mid-July, we'll find out, is going to be shortly upon us.
And I feel like there is no one better to ask questions about what they've been through, what ZNT is going for, than the one and only mid laner from the old mid laner from Once Upon a Team, but now mid laner from ZNT. It is Dollis. Dolis, welcome in the interview. You've just finished your series 3-1 against Snooze for, basically retaining your spot within the Road of Legends. How was it like preparing for today? Because I feel like none of you would have expected at the start of the season to even be here in the first place.
There he is.
Yeah, hello guys.
Hello.
Like preparing for this match was, I mean, it was easier than preparing for the whole season, like whole split, because we were kind of losing always. So right now we know like we have nothing to lose, kinda. I mean, we had so much to lose, but we know like we just need to prepare for this last match to redeem ourselves. Like and scrims went kind of good these weeks, and yeah, I mean we had a lot of data about the snooze like players and stuff, because our academy team played against them a lot, so that helped us so much, I think. So shout out to the academy team, especially to Shadow, for like breakdowns and everything, what they play and stuff. So we were kind of really prepared on what they play and what is their play style. So yeah, I mean, that's it, I guess. That's why it was kind of easy in drafts. And also individually, I think we are way better players than them. Respect to them, though. But I think it was like mandatory to win.
Absolutely. And, you mentioned ZNT Academy, and interestingly enough, they were the only roster that gave them their one loss in the regular split as well. So this has come full circle. ZNT, the main roster themselves, have done it in the biggest of ways here. And again, off the back of that last game here, Dolis coming into this on that Akali pick, knowing fully well you've got to execute perfectly these side lanes, the engages into the team fight, punish the Hui as much as you could. And so what was the voice comms like when it comes to putting yourself in that side lane with the rest of your team trying to do something else on the map?
Yeah, I mean, before every team fight, we just like, I mean, even before game, we knew like we need to flank on Akali and stuff. And I picked it mainly to punish the enemy mid laner, since I thought I can punish him more on lane. But actually, this game he played it kind of good, so respect to him. And I couldn't really find like the punishes that much in the game, so I was a little bit stressed out, like what will happen. But in the team fights, we had like good team comms, like when we want to engage, like when we have the flank on Akali, because we knew when I have flank on the Akali, like Ezreal I cannot do anything, since I'm jumping in there in Shroud and I'm stealing so much time for my Varus and Vayne. So that was like our main goal, to just push sides and play from sides to mid lane with flanks, with Vayne and me, and this is how we won the team fights, kind of.
Yeah, absolutely. Smashed it.
Yeah,
really good.
I also still like have a question for you, Dolis, because I just accidentally already name dropped, of course, Once Upon a Team, your old team during summer. I feel like back then, when it came to storylines of players, you were already being set up like a prodigy in the mid lane, and now you've switched teams to ZNT to, hopefully, of course, at first make more happen with that title. Like, what has last split done to you as a player, as in self-confidence, and what way are you looking forward in the upcoming summer split? Will this team stay together, or will there be changes? Will you perhaps even leave the Benelux to look for other adventures?
I really like the Benelux, to be honest, so I will be pleased to play here, of course, even next split. But it's not up to me, to be honest. It's up to the team, roster makers, ZNT themselves. Like, I don't have any info about how will this roster end up, I think. But I think there will be, for sure, some changes, I guess, because we were fucking last play. Oh, I mean, fuck.
Wait, you get one, you get one.
No. Don't find me, please. Don't find me, please.
You get one for free. You get one for free.
Yeah. ZNT, don't fire him, please. We need him.
We were like last place, so I don't think we will just stay together. I guess it will be no-brainer, I think. But I like it here in Benelux a lot, so if I have a chance and the team will be good, I will always prefer here, because it's like my second home here. I really like it. Like the whole streaming, like the production and stuff, I think is really good, and yeah.
It's passion, man. It's passion,
and
you can hear it. You can hear it from your perspective as well. I'm walking into this very blind. I've never had the pleasure to work with any people, production, players, and teams, rosters, etc. So this is not my spotlight, so I'll leave that there. But what an amazing series for you guys to really be coming out of here. And I'll be honest, I've had the pleasure to cast Snooze Esports. Wow. Can I just say that time and time again, I get proven wrong with how many levels there really is within each league, each division. And that's not to take away anything from Snooze Esports, because they've absolutely performed. And maybe on that topic a little bit here, playing against this roster, you've mentioned a few things already, that you've got that academy team that's been able to give you some good analytical approaches, etc. Did you expect to have any threats around the games and the lanes? Who was on your radar the most in the voice comms and through your gameplay?
We were careful mainly about top and jungle, since we know like top lane is playing mainly some carry picks, at least from the info we got, and jungler is playing like lots of cheesy stuff, which we don't really love. Like already from the main league, like a lot of cheesy picks from the Benelux players and overall. So, and that's where we kind of fail a lot, like playing against these cheese picks. So we were careful mainly about him. First game, it was like a great example. We were last picking jungle with the Zen Flex. It was our like main strategy for the game one, to put hatred on his pick, like Cartus, like high tempo jungler, and just punish the pick from enemy when he fixes in his jungle. So we played mainly around this. So we were careful about top jungle mainly. We knew bot is kind of like playing, like bot and mid are mainly playing like for their jungler, and they mainly play around top. So that was our approach.
Absolutely. And from page to stage, so to say, absolutely great execution on that front for every single one of you lads. And so again, well done. Congratulations. ZenIT will be back for Summer Split 2026. Thank you so much, Dollis, for joining us. Go and celebrate, man. You deserve it. And have the best of times whatever you're up to next.
Yeah, at least something to celebrate in this ZenIT split, guys. Thank you for having us. And one more shout out to Ori, the ZenIT Academy jungler. I forgot about him. He also gave us a lot of info. See you in the next split, guys. Hopefully.
Much love. Take care, brother.
Thank you.
What a performance. That right there is the player that's on a trajectory. And alongside ZenIT, there's a lot of hope. Wow. It's once again coming around to that time of the stream, the cast and the tournament, but a little bit different this time around. Sim, this is in fact the last thing that we'll get up to on the stream. Joining. Well, we're gonna cut off here. Thank you, Sim. You might as well take over. Oh, okay.
It's back. It's okay.
We're back. No more production issues from this guy, I promise, because we're actually going offline now, so there can't be anymore, right? Thank you so much for watching. Sim, you're a goat. Everybody, congratulations to Esports. We're gonna run it again in Benelux Ascent Series. Take care and good night.